Hi.
Hi.
So, how's it going?
Oh, same old thing, answering the phone and fighting off Herb.
Herb ought to be ashamed of himself.
You know, I'm really getting tired of it. He wants to take me to lunch, he wants to take me to dinner, he wants to take me dancing. And every time I say no, he says, there's yes in my eyes. Do you see yes in there anywhere?
No. Listen, you want me to talk to him?
Oh, it wouldn't do any good.
Well, where is he?
Oh, in there, probably going through Mr. Carlson's desk.
I'll speak to him.
I'd do anything if you could get him off my back.
Lonnie Anderson and Howard Hessman from WKRP in Cincinnati, and they are no longer with us. Howard Hessman died a few years ago, and Lonnie Anderson just died very recently. So rest in peace to both of them. I was a big fan of WKRP in Cincinnati. It's a great show, especially if you're a fan of radio. And it actually holds up pretty well if you view it today. Of course, there's some antiquated elements to it, including radio's prominence, which isn't so prominent anymore. But if you ignore those things, it actually does hold up very well. It's still a very, very funny show. And if you haven't seen it, or you haven't seen it in a while, I encourage you to buy the DVDs of it and watch it. By the way, you can actually see almost the original version of the show, which was very difficult for a while. When you saw it in reruns in the 80s, 90s, 2000s on TV, you were not seeing most of the music, or shall I say hearing most of the music, because it was very hard for them to get licenses to play this music, which was pop music at the time, in the syndicated reruns. So they just replaced it with very generic music that was never actually on the radio. And a lot of times that ruined the context of what was going on. So Shout Factory actually bought the rights to about 90% of the music and released the DVDs with the show almost intact. About 10% of the music was replaced, but most of it is back, and you hadn't been able to see that in decades. So that was good to see. I got that when that was released, I'd say about like 10 years ago, and I rewatched the entire series. Lonnie Anderson was, I believe, 79 years old. I'm not sure what her cause of death was. But anyway, I just wanted to open the show with that because it's a recent event, losing Lonnie Anderson. There are still some people left who were in the show. Aside from Gordon Jump, who played Arthur Carlson, most of the actors were pretty young at the time. So even though the show began almost 50 years ago, there's still some of them around. So you have Tim Reed, who played Venus Flytrap. You have Gary Sandy, who played Andy Travis. You know, they're both alive, as is Richard Sanders, who played Les Nessman, and Jan Smithers, who played Bailey Quarters, is still alive. Everybody else is now gone from the show. But they all lasted a pretty long time, all the way up through the late 2010s, and then we lost a few of them. Gordon Jump died a while ago, but the rest of them stayed alive, including creator Hugh Wilson. He also was around for a while until he died in the late 2010s as well. He was very, very talented. He wrote the original Police Academy, and he was a great writer. And he was the main reason WKRP was as good as it was. Anyway, welcome to Poker Fraudulent Radio. I am your host, Todd Dan Druff would tell us. This is being broadcast live and recorded live on August 9th, 2025. The time right now is 12:54 a.m. And it has been a long time since we had radio. And that's been the theme recently. I haven't been doing radio very often. In fact, many people are assuming that radio is just gone. It's just dead, that I've given up, I'm never doing it again. Not true. Not true. The show will go on, maybe not as often as before, but the show will continue. And there actually was a reason, multiple reasons, but there was a big reason behind the decline, especially in 2025, of the number of episodes that I've been doing. And I'll get into that when I do the first segment about where I've been, because I actually was gone. I actually was missing. I wasn't in the main event, you may have noticed. So if you're looking for updates on me, there's a reason that you didn't see them, because I was not in it. And that's been a long time since that was the case. So I'll tell you about all of that. You cannot call the show. We still do not have a working phone number because of Skype shutting down. But you can text me anytime, before, after, or during the show, 775-372-8355, and I will look at it during the show. As always, the show will be posted in archive format, podcast format, whatever you want to call it, on every podcasting platform you can imagine. That includes iTunes, the TuneIn app, iHeartMedia, Spotify, Audible, Odyssey, Alexa. You can just say, Alexa, play Poker Fraud Alert Radio Podcast. Say it exactly like that, and it will play. Castbox, and, of course, YouTube. So those are various ways you can listen to the show if you cannot catch it live, which is most of you. And you might be wondering what happened to the special I did at the beginning of July, because I did a special for about 2 to 3 hours, I think 2 hours, 45 minutes or so, all about the thing that happened with Trump's big, beautiful bill and the new gambling tax. And you probably wanted to hear it in the archives, and it never appeared there. It just disappeared. So was I ashamed of what I posted? No, I just never got a chance to put it up in the archives. And you may say, Druff, it's been over a month. What's going on here? Well, it's because I was gone for a long time. And I figured what I would do is, instead of posting it as a separate episode, I might as well just incorporate it into this episode. Because even though it's been a month, very little has changed since then, so it's still pretty much current. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to include that in this episode. And if you somehow already heard it, you can skip by it in the archives. When I'm doing the live show, it's not going to be part of the live show, but I'm going to drop it in when I post this in the archives. And as I said, if you already heard it, you can skip it. But most of you did not hear it because it never ended up there. And even though it's a month old and you'll hear me talking about things that happened in early July, it's basically still in the same spot right now. So it's still useful to listen to. And a lot of people wanted my take on the subject. And by the way, my take on the subject is different than a lot of people out there. So you've probably heard a lot of so-called gambling experts discussing the matter. And I disagree with a lot of them. I agree it's a stupid thing, but I disagree with a lot of their takes on its likely impact. So definitely give it a listen if you're interested in that topic. So that's going to be included in the archives with this episode, even though I'm not going to be doing that part live. And I will state at the beginning that that was recorded previously. But the rest of the show is all live here on August 9th. So I'd like to be transparent about what is live and what is not. That's the one part that will not be. But if you're listening live, then don't worry about it. You're not going to hear it because I'm going to drop it in later. So I'll give you a quick agenda. I don't want to take a long time with the agenda. That's one of the changes we've made here. Don't want to waste a ton of time in the intro. But I'll be discussing my ban on X after I got monetized there, too. I'm completely banned from X, a.k.a. Twitter. I cannot post there now. I can post under the Poker Fraud Alert account, but my Todd Woutelis account is gone. That'll be the first topic we talk about. Then I'll talk about where I've been. I actually took a long European vacation and missed the WSOP Main Event for the first time since 2004. Then we will talk about Mike the Grinder Mizrachi and how he won both the 50K Poker Players Championship and the WSOP Main Event. A very amazing feat on his part. And he is now in the Poker Hall of Fame. I'll tell you about that. I'll tell you some old stories about him. And I will tell you what I think of Mike Mizrachi, because there's some mixed opinions about him out there, and I want to tell you how I feel about him. Of course, we have to talk about William Kassouf. He made it very deep in this main event, and he annoyed everyone to death, and he was battling with the floor, battling with other players, and he eventually got banned. He busted for the main, I think like in 33rd, and got banned. So we're going to talk about William Kassouf. I will tell you how I feel that should have been handled, and how I feel they should handle him and players like him in the future. He was on the show in the past, by the way, and I enjoyed having him on here, but that's not going to affect the way I analyze this. Then we have a big story that broke pretty recently. Former NBA player Gilbert Arenas busted for running an illegal raked home poker game. It even had hookers in it. So Gilbert Arenas, I think I said Arenas before, but it's Arenas. He is in some trouble. He's kind of in denial about it, too. But that's a pretty interesting story, and there's even a murder that has been loosely tied to it. So we'll talk about that too. Very big story, actually. Also, another NBA player in trouble, Malik Beasley, who's a current NBA player. He is accused of manipulating prop bets on him. We've had a few of these, so I'll talk about that as well. Totally different from the arena situation. Then another person in trouble, but he's not a basketball player. Do you remember Pepe from Hustler Casino Live? His real name is Elvis Bersai Lopez Ambrosio. Well, he won't be on Hustler Casino Live again because he is wanted by the feds for human trafficking. Pretty nasty stuff, so I'll tell you all about him and the crimes he's accused of, and I even have some inside information on how Hustler handled it at the time when they found out. Then we're going to do a Druffy Time Theater about the year 1974, one of the earliest years I will ever discuss on Druffy Time Theater because it's about me, and, well, I was born in 1972, so how much earlier than 74 can we get? But I'm going to talk about various unfortunate events that may or may not have happened to me in 1974, and you're going to guess which ones really happened to me and which ones were made up. Then here's something else I know a lot of people want me to talk about. Is Vegas really dead? Is Vegas really struggling? Or is this just clickbait nonsense that you're seeing on social media? So I will cover whether or not Vegas is really in trouble, and if it is, why. So we're going to talk about how Vegas is really doing and what the outlook is for Las Vegas. Then we will talk about a property that definitely is struggling, the Rio, which is not a Caesars property anymore. They did something really stupid. They gave $510 free play to anyone who was a Caesars Diamond Plus or above or MGM Gold or above. And what do you think happened? Can you picture it? Well, I will tell you. Hint, it's exactly what you'd picture. Resorts World, another struggling casino, they had a bit of a scandal because a Twitch streamer named Exposed was denied a free smoothie while he was playing blackjack for $25,000 a hand. They wouldn't give him a free smoothie, and he got it on video. Very embarrassing for them. I will tell you why that happened, because a lot of people don't quite understand how that could have occurred. I'll tell you why that happened and how it's indicative of very antiquated thinking mixed with too modern thinking regarding casino comps and why the casinos need to get their act together to prevent things like this from happening in the future, not even just Resorts World. Finally, Momofuku. Sounds like a fake name. Momofuku. Spelled like Momo fuck you, except without the C. That's a restaurant at the Cosmopolitan. They are now charging $1 per person for tap water. I kid you not. I'll tell you why. And I will give you my reaction on that, which I have a feeling you know is not going to be very good. So that is our agenda tonight. Since I don't have any working phones at the moment, I cannot include any co-hosts, but they probably wouldn't be able to come on anyway because it is 1 a.m, so we will get going. And I hope you'll understand everything that's been going on better by the time we complete these first 2 segments. So first of all, I want to discuss Twitter, because I'm very frustrated. Very, very frustrated about Twitter/X, whatever you'd like to call it. Now, keep in mind, I am generally pro Elon Musk. I know he's a very polarizing figure. I'm not someone who worships him like he's the greatest human being ever. I'm also definitely not a hater of his. I'm much more pro Elon than anti-Elon, but I'm not blind to his faults. And I've been very pro Elon as far as how he has run X since he bought it when it was called Twitter. I've been very pro how he's run it because I felt that the old regime of Twitter was a disaster. Because there is tremendous favoritism. There was very, very inconsistent enforcement of the rules. There is ideologically based censorship, which I was a victim of at one point. I actually got suspended briefly Fortunately, it was on a different account, not this account that I'm about to talk about, but fortunately, it was on a separate account, which I just happened to be using at the time. I wasn't even meaning to be using the other account, but I happened to be logged into that, so that's where I made the comment I did, and I was suspended for something that was shouldn't have been suspended for. So the previous regime that ran Twitter/X was very, very left-wing, and they felt that they were going to shape the world through their platform. And a lot of very bad things happened there, including some just really, really ugly censorship during the COVID days. I mean, the fact that you could not even discuss the origins of COVID. A lot of people believe COVID came from a lab, which is a very good theory. I find it much more likely than the story about coming from bats, or at least not organically from bats. It may have originated with them, but I believe that COVID did escape from a lab, and that's how it got into the world. But regardless of what you believe, it's a very reasonable thing to discuss, and you were not allowed to discuss that at the time. And the reason cited was racism, which is so freaking stupid. I mean, the censorship that was taking place on that platform for ideological reasons was just horrid and inexcusable. The fact that you couldn't talk about Hunter Biden's laptop just before the election between Biden and Trump. And that was a very real thing. And again, even if it wasn't a real thing, which it was, but even if it wasn't, people should have been able to discuss it. I mean, the New York Post, which has been around since the 1800s, got banned for posting that story, and anyone who reposted the story was also banned. It was an insane time to be living in the United States of America. The censorship was absolutely crazy. And Twitter/X was a big part of that. And while the government did have some hand in getting Twitter to do that, not directly telling them they had to, but implying that if they did this, that things would be easier for them, most of this was their own idea. Most of this was what they wanted to do. They also banned President Trump while he was still in office. I'm talking about the first time. Imagine banning the sitting U.S. president. That was insane, too. I mean, they can do that. It's not against the law to do, but it's crazy. And they left a lot of very, very brutal dictators with accounts there on Twitter, and those accounts were unharmed, and they could post whatever provocative content they wanted without anything happening to them, and Trump was banned from a site run from his country, the United States of America. I don't care what you think about Trump. I don't care how you feel about COVID or Hunter Biden or the 2020 election or January 6th. This was horrendous anti-American censorship. And I was even a victim of it too. Not at that time, but a few years beforehand. Ideological censorship. So I was very against the regime of Twitter that existed before Elon. When he took over, he promised that would end. And for the most part, that promise has been kept. He also slashed about 80% of the workforce right when he took over. And people are saying, oh, this is going to be the end of Twitter. It's going to crash. It's going to be a disaster. It's going to turn into a hate site. It's going to turn into a Nazi site. There were all these dire predictions. And it didn't come true. It did not come true. It's a much more free speech, open ideological platform than it ever was. So props to Elon for that part. And truthfully, most of the employees he fired were useless. There was a lot of fat over at Twitter that he cut off. And if you don't believe me, then tell me what's worse about it now than before he took over. And you will not find many things. You may say, oh, I don't like all the right-wing content and I don't like all the hate on there, blah, 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 blah. Well, that is part of social media. Ideology you don't agree with, including extreme ideology on both the left and right, is part of social media and should be part of social media. This should be an open conversation, even if you find certain things offensive. I'm not talking about targeted harassment or breaking the law. I'm talking about expressing opinions that are extreme or very unpopular. That should be allowed on both the left and right. I don't want to see left-wing opinions censored from social media, no matter how extreme. So this has gotten a lot better under Elon's regime. But I'll tell you one thing that got worse, and I have been caught up in it, unfortunately. If you get banned from X and you appeal your ban, you're probably going to get ignored, and you're probably going to stay banned unless you know someone influential to get the attention over to the right people, or unless you have a gigantic following to where people get outraged by it, and again, the right people take a look at it and get you unbanned. Now, I don't have that type of following. I have an okay following, but I don't have a tremendous following. So there's not going to be mass outrage about my ban. And I did get banned. Now, why did I get banned? Was it because of offensive content I posted? No. Was I harassing someone? No. Was I doxing someone? No. Was it because of my politics? No. So why was I banned from X? Well, let's go back less than a month before I got banned. I actually got monetized on X. In order to get monetized, you have to, number one, have at least 5 million impressions in the last 90 days, impressions meaning views, and you need at least 500 verified blue checkmark followers. Not just 500 followers, but 500 who have the blue checkmark. And I had both of these as of July 2025. I was posting a lot of tweets that were getting good engagement and quality engagement. I wasn't posting clickbait. I wasn't posting just provocative crap to get people talking. I was posting useful content that people were enjoying, and I was getting 6 figures in views on a lot of my tweets. I even got one series of tweets that got 7 figures in views. So that pushed me over the 5 million mark. And not only did I get pushed over it, I maintained it. So I was able to get monetized, and I even got some payments. Not gigantic money, but it was better than nothing. I was getting money for what I was doing anyway for free. So that was nice. And that started in mid-July. So I was very happy about that. I was going to come on here and say, hey, everybody, I'm monetized on X now. Isn't that cool? Well, it's not so cool anymore because I'm not only not monetized, I am completely and permanently, it seems, banned from X. Yeah. So what did I do? I told you what I didn't do. But what did I do? How did I get completely banned from X? How do I go from monetized to banned within weeks? You might say, oh, Druff, I know it. I bet you abused the monetizing. I bet you did things to increase the money that Elon was going to pay you for providing content to the site. You were probably spamming or engagement farming, and Elon's employees or bots monitoring the site weren't having it and figured out what you were doing, and you were banned. No, that's not why either. It didn't have anything to do with my being monetized. So why was I banned then? What did I do? Well, I don't know. I don't know what I did, but I can tell you the category of ban that I received. That gives a little bit of a hint, not enough of one. I was banned from Twitter, aka X, for what is known as inauthentic activity. Yeah. You may say, what's that? Inauthentic activity. What is inauthentic activity? Well, I wondered that too. So I looked it up. Here is the way inauthentic activity is described on X's own website. This is not what I'm directly accused of, these things I'm listing, but this is the category of inauthentic activity, meaning I am accused of doing one of these things. They won't tell me which one or which ones. So the first category of inauthentic activity is inauthentic accounts. It says you may not create, operate, or mass register accounts that are not legitimate, genuine, and transparent as to their source, identity, and popularity. This includes unauthorized automation, automated or scripted accounts that do not comply with their developer policy. That means bots. Fake personas. You may not use manufactured identities to engage in disruptive or deceptive behavior. Impersonation. You may not impersonate other individuals, groups, or organizations to deceive others. Now, does that sound like what I'm doing under my Todd Wittelis account? Because that's what got banned, at Todd Wittelis. Well, let's see here. I didn't use a bot. I've never ran a bot on Twitter ever. Fake personas, no. It's me, Todd Wittelis. That's who I am. I'm the only Todd Wittelis in the world. Impersonation, again, no. I can't impersonate myself. Then it says multiple accounts and coordination. We prohibit coordinated inauthentic activity that artificially influences conversations or disrupts X. So what they're trying to say here is that I could not run a bunch of accounts to pretend to be talking to each other to fake a conversation getting going so then people will interact with it. But I wasn't doing that. I never talked to myself on there. I don't interact with phony accounts. I do have multiple accounts, but these are all for real purposes, and that's not prohibited. So I have the Poker Fraud Alert X account, which of course is for Poker Fraud Alert and Poker Fraud Alert Radio. I have the Dan Druff Poker account, which is for my chip updates, which I'm temporarily using as a regular account. And I had the Todd Witellis account, and that's pretty much it. Then ban evasion. Well, I wasn't banned, so I wasn't evading anything. And account compromise, which is the unauthorized access or modification of someone's X account. Well, obviously I didn't do that. I didn't hack anyone's account or anything. It also says you may not engage in behaviors that manipulate X or artificially impact how content is discovered and amplified. This includes content spam, engagement spam, and scams. Well, I didn't do any of that stuff. I didn't do any kind of spam. I was posting real content that was original, that was getting a pretty good response in many cases. Like the tweets that I got a lot of views, these were things that I wrote myself. I did not spam it anywhere. I just posted it on my own X account, and it got a lot of quality engagement from verified accounts. So there's no way I did any of that stuff. Then it said you also can't use synthetic and manipulated media. You may not share inauthentic media, including manipulated or out-of-context media that may result in widespread confusion on public issues or cause serious public harm or impact public safety. Obviously, I didn't do that. And you may not post malicious URLs such as deceptive links that may cause harm. I haven't done that either. The only URL I typically post is Poker Fraud Alert or Vegas Casino Talk. So I didn't do any of this. I mean, it's very, very clear. It's 100% I didn't do any of this. But that's what they say I did. Not all of this, but something in that category I'm alleged to have done, and they will not clarify what it is. I did file an appeal. I explained all this. I didn't explain for too long. I didn't want to write them a giant book on what I didn't do. But I just very clearly said I didn't do any of this, and that all the content is my own original content that I never spam, and it's quality content with quality engagement, and I don't understand what they believe I did, and I've never used bots ever on this platform. And they didn't answer me. And it's been about a week now. I have not gotten a response. So I am still banned from X at the moment. Now you may say, well, wait a minute. If you're banned, then how are you posting on Poker Fraud Alert, that X account, and the Dan Druff Poker? How can you post on those? Why didn't they ban those? Well, I'm actually not breaking any rules by doing that, because you're not allowed to make new accounts to evade a ban, but you are allowed to use existing accounts you have that are not banned yet. So they feel that those accounts did not do anything wrong, and Todd Witellis did. Now, how could someone who bans Todd Witellis be so stupid not to realize that I run the other two accounts? Well, I can tell you, because there was no someone who banned me. The email they sent me acknowledged that it was not a human being who banned me. It said that their automated bot banned me from the system for inauthentic activity. So they acknowledged this was done by a bot. The problem is getting anyone's attention to undo it. Now, some of you know of Jeff Dime. He's actually the one who brought our attention to Christopher Mitchell. And I met him once at Bellagio. Nice guy. He still posts on Poker Fraud Alert, and he listens to this show. He got banned on X. He wasn't accused of inauthentic behaviors, but he was banned in late 2024 for just writing something critical to Rob Reiner. And Rob Reiner is very left-wing. So this wasn't like Elon Musk protecting his right-wing buddies or anything. I don't know why something to Rob Reiner got him banned, but that's what happened to Jeff Dime. And he didn't write anything terrible. It's not like he threatened him or something. He was just making fun of him. If he can't make fun of Meathead, who can he make fun of? But he's been banned, and he cannot get it undone either. And this is from back in November. So does that mean I'm never coming back to X under the Todd Witellis account? Well, maybe. I cannot compel them to bring me back. But I do have an ace in the hole regarding something I can try, and I'm going to try, to get this overturned. So they don't have to unban me, but I do have something that I can do to possibly get the account back. Something legal, by the way, not something illegal or shady or shifty. I'm talking about something I can do that might be able to get someone's attention to this and get me unbanned, because I'm sure when a human being looks at it, they will see that I have not engaged in any kind of inauthentic behavior. I set up my Twitter account in April 2009. So I've been building up this account for 16 and a half years, and this is very, very frustrating to see this removed. In fact, I spent more time on Twitter and X than any other site on the internet except for my own site, except for Poker Fraud Alert. That's the only place I've spent more time than Twitter/X. So it really sucks to have built up the following I have and to have built up the account the way I have. And it's not a gigantic followed account. It's not like I have 100,000 followers, but I have, thousands of quality followers and good engagement on that account. As I said, I have a lot of tweets that were getting six-figure views in the summer and spring of 2025. And that's all gone. And you can't just make a new account or even go back to an old account that you have and just replicate that, because you don't have the same following. You don't have the same amplification. So it's very frustrating. And this is the problem when the social media sites, the major social media sites, X, Facebook, Instagram, even YouTube, when you can't speak to a human being about these issues, and when they're basically moderated by bots, then things like this happen, and you just don't have any recourse. You can't get someone with common sense to go take a look at it. You might wonder, what about Grok? Can I go to Grok, which is the AI on X, and ask Grok to look into it or get someone's attention? Unfortunately, no. I gave it a shot, but Grok very clearly said to me that it does not have any access to the moderation side of X, and therefore it can't do anything, nor does it have any information for me. Now, if you ask Grok about me, you'll see very positive things are said. So it's funny that the AI that operates on X thinks very positively of me, and it doesn't think positively of everybody. You can ask it about other people, including in poker, and you'll see a lot of pretty harsh and sharp criticism, many times correct criticism. But with me, you'll see that there's very nice things it's saying about me, and yet somehow the AI that moderates X doesn't feel the same way and has banned me permanently. So that's really frustrating. And does it change my opinion of Elon Musk? No. I'm not saying he's perfect. I've never said he's perfect. And I do think this is a flaw in X, and it's a flaw in every single social media site, that it is very difficult to get to a human being when you have a problem. And this is not just when they ban you. It's also when your account gets hacked. Now, that hasn't happened to me, but it is very difficult when your account gets hacked. In many cases, not just on X, but also on Facebook, Instagram, wherever, to get back control of it. And again, you can't just get a human being with common sense to restore it to you. I actually feel this shouldn't be legal. I feel that something that is this large and influential in the public space, like these major social media sites, that it is unfair that people can just be completely shut out without the ability to speak about this to a human being, especially hackings. At least what happened to me, nobody hacked me. It was just that the site banned me, and a bot decided it doesn't want me there anymore, which sucks and is unfair, but I understand why that is legal, and I'm not saying that should be illegal. But I'm saying just you should be able to reach support, human support, on every one of these sites. And if they can't afford to run support, then they shouldn't run the site. But these sites, there is so much money behind them. They can easily afford to run a customer service operation run by humans. It's insane that you can't reach human beings to take a look at things like this. And I felt this for a long time, not just since I got banned from X. What can I say? A very frustrating situation here, and right after I got monetized too. By the way, I have a blue check mark that I pay for on X. So what happens to that? Well, believe it or not, when my subscription comes back up to be renewed, it will renew and charge me even though I'm banned. I actually have to cancel that before it renews. Otherwise, they will charge me. Isn't that insane? Now, that needs to be changed. That should never renew as long as your account's not in good standing. So I was warned about that. Not even by them. Desert Runner, who's listening to the show right now, he texted me the ban was karma for clipping Desert Runner on PFA. Yeah, a number of people don't like Desert Runner's posts on Poker Fraud Alert, and there were a lot of complaints, and I agreed enough with the complaints to where I had to not ban Desert Runner, but just lower his post total per day, because he was posting too much, and it was dominating the site. And that's one thing on the forum. I don't let anybody dominate the forum, not even me. I'm careful not to dominate the forum, because there's only so much everybody wants to hear from me, even on my own site. So I'm careful that nobody dominates, even me. And there's sometimes I want to post a whole lot. They go, oh, you know what? I think I've posted enough today, and I stop posting. Even though I can, nobody's going to stop me. Nobody can stop me. It's my own site, but I don't. So I don't know. I hope Desert Runner didn't make a few phone calls and get someone influential to ban me from X. And by the way, that does bring up a question. Is it possible that someone who doesn't like me got me banned, and this is just the flimsy reason that's being cited? Is it possible someone pulled some strings and had me banned? Well, it is possible. But who might have done it? Could it be someone in poker who doesn't like me? Someone I accused of scamming? Or someone that I've argued with or fought with over time in poker? Well, anything's possible, but I don't think that's what happened. Now, my guess is nobody got me banned. I just think the bot got confused, and I have a theory as to what might have happened. But if someone did, it is possible that one of the right-wing influencers on X that I've been criticizing may have gotten me banned, because they do have a little bit of pull. Not with Elon personally, but with the moderation team. And there were some high-follower right-wing influencers that I just felt were full of shit about a lot of things. I really think that right-wing social media mostly sucks. And this comes from a guy who is right-wing, obviously. You guys have heard my political views, and I'm sure you would never confuse me with a liberal, because I'm not. I never have been. But I still think that right-wing social media is mostly trash. It's mostly clickbait, and they purposely exaggerate or manipulate stories for people to respond and pay attention to them and express outrage, when in reality a lot of these things are not the way they present them. So I really just don't like most of right-wing social media. It mostly sucks, and if you consume too much of it and don't fact-check what they're doing, you're going to end up looking stupid. Sometimes they're right. Sometimes they hit upon something correct that the mainstream media won't cover. But I always find myself having to fact-check them. And I mean fact-check them myself. I don't mean just trust the fact-checkers that run those websites that fact-check things, because those sites are very biased. Those sites are very, very left-biased. So I don't even use those. But if you spend a little time Googling, you can figure out if some of these things that they're claiming are true, partially true, or not true. And a lot of times they're either partially true or not true. So I have been criticizing some of these right-wing influencers, especially the ones that are anti-Semitic, and have been posting a lot of very negative stuff about Israel, or pushing a lot of Hamas propaganda that's just absolutely false. And maybe one of them got offended by something I said. Now, I didn't say anything terrible. I wasn't threatening them. I wasn't doxing them. I wasn't doing anything that would be against X rules or against the law. But, maybe I struck a nerve. But I don't think so. So what do I think happened? Well, as I'm going to tell you in the next segment, I was in Europe for about 3 weeks, including on a cruise. And I was probably popping up from a lot of weird and different IPs all over Europe, some of which seem to be VPNs, even though I wasn't using a VPN. That's how they show up, especially from the ship. So I think what might have happened is this may have looked bot-like, and that may have made the system scrutinize me more. And what happened was, I think on August 2nd, that was on August 2nd, I posted an old story from 35 years ago where I appeared in the LA Times. I've told this story before, where Fidelity Investments got my phone number put in the newspaper, and basically it was identical to my number, except it was an 800 area code, and they put the 800 too small, so everyone was just picking up the phone, dialing the 7 digits, which was my number, and my phone became unusable. So I pulled a prank on them and made an answering machine message that made it sound like they took everyone's money and ran off to South America. So that made the LA Times. So I told the story on the 35th anniversary of the LA Times article, and I just told it on X on August 2nd, and I actually put the phone numbers of both Fidelity and my phone number at the time, which of course is long gone, and maybe when the bots of X that were moderating the system were looking at my account, and they were already looking at me because I was on suspicious IPs because of my traveling through Europe, maybe it saw the phone numbers and thought I was doxing someone and banned me. I don't know. But then I did not get a ban based upon doxing. So maybe not. It was just inauthentic activity. And doxing is a whole different category, and people do get banned for that, but that's not what I was accused of. So it may not have had to do with that post, but it was very shortly after that post. So I don't know. Very weird. But I'll try to find out more, try to get this reversed. Very frustrating, though. But the Poker Fraud Alert account is still there, so you can still follow that. And if you want to follow me on X in the meantime, I'm at Druff Poker. I've converted my poker chip reporting account to just my general account. And that's where I'll post a little bit of content in the meantime. All right, so let me go on and tell you about what I was doing and the European trip, and how it also affects not just why I haven't done radio recently, but why I didn't do radio much at all in 2025. So going back a few years, there was a planned extended family outing in Europe. And really my whole family was going to be there. And this has been planned for a long time. So I have known for a long time that I was not going to be able to make the 2025 WSOP Main Event because it was going to interfere with the main event. I wasn't thrilled about that, but unfortunately there were more urgent matters and important matters that people in the family had to attend to, that basically this was the only set of dates that was going to work. That was early July to mid-July. So I was going to have to miss the main. And I said, okay, I play the main every year. I can miss it 1 year. No biggie. It was a little frustrating because I cashed fairly deep 2 years in a row in 23 and 24. I was hoping to do a three-peat there. But I didn't get to try. But I knew that. I knew after I finished the 2024 main event, I was not going to be coming back to the main event until 2026. So that part is not surprising. I know I didn't tell you guys out here about that, but I knew that the whole way. That's nothing new. I'll tell you some things that did happen that I didn't expect that also affected PFA radio and my participation in the World Series, because you probably noticed I was barely there. You probably saw I played the 3K limit hold'em event, and I played one $500 no limit event where I max late registered and almost cashed actually, but fell a little bit short of that. And that was it. Didn't play anything else. So you can't blame that on the trip because the trip began in July. So what about June? Why didn't I play much in June? And why haven't I done the show much? And I also mentioned at one point that I went on a trip in April to Arizona, a family trip in Arizona, and I said that we were going to go to Hawaii and some things happened, and I ended up doing Arizona as a substitute trip. So what was that about? Well, I'll explain the whole thing. So you guys remember when I had my psychological issues back in 2018, and they were very severe, and they really made my life hell. And it was not from anything happening in my life. It was a chemical cause, and it was brought on, I believe, by a few factors, including medication. But it caused what I believe was a huge drop of dopamine in my brain, and it really screwed me up badly. So I stopped radio for 4 months, and I was just really a complete mess. I had extremely high-level anxiety and extremely high-level depression, and it was so bad that I couldn't even feel pleasure. It's not that I wasn't happy. It was that I could not feel happiness or pleasure from anything. Not from good food, not from good music, not from winning in poker, not from watching the Dodgers win, not from enjoying spending time with my son. Nothing like that. Like, nothing could make me feel happy. I could not feel pleasure. I could not enjoy anything. I couldn't even feel love. It was crazy. It was just taken out of my brain somehow. And as you probably also know, I was able to recover from it. And I was able to do so with my own little plan I came up with to bring myself back to normal that ended up working. It took me a long time to come up with. I spent hundreds of hours online researching things. I knew I was really the only one who would put the time into fixing myself, so I did. But I beat it, and I came back mostly normal. But I wasn't 100% normal, and I always knew that. I knew that I took some permanent psychological damage over what happened in 2018, even though I mostly got back to normal. Well, fast forward to the beginning of 2025, and I started to feel it coming back. Now, it never got anywhere near the level of what it was in 2018, so that's good news. It never got anywhere close to where it was. And the other piece of good news was that I didn't have the depression part of it. So all that stuff I just talked about where I couldn't feel happiness and all that, that was not part of it. So I had no depression. That was good. But the anxiety part was coming back fairly strong. Not as strong as before, but still pretty strong. And I was having trouble being able to do things because of that. So first of all, I was barely playing poker for that reason, including the World Series of Poker. I didn't feel that I was in a state to be able to do so. Also, unrelated to poker, I knew that I was unable to fly. And this was not because of fear of flying. This was not because I thought the plane's going to crash. It's just something I was not going to be able to do when I was in that state. So here I had a trip that I had booked to Hawaii for April, and I had to cancel it. And in fact, I had to eat some plane tickets. I was able to get all the money back for the hotels and the rental cars. And one of the ways, plane tickets, but the inter-island tickets I had and the flight going back to LA from Hawaii, I was not able to get a refund there, and it looked like I was just going to have to eat it. And I actually just got some good news about that. It looks like I'm going to be able to get that as credit, which it looked like I was not going to be able to get it, but I was able to, after a lot of work, get a credit for the future. So that's very good that money's not wasted because it was a lot. And I replaced it with an Arizona trip. Well, why Arizona? Because Benjamin was very disappointed that the trip was canceled. He really wanted to go to Hawaii. He hadn't been there in 10 years, and he was pretty young back then, as you might imagine. So I replaced it with something else, and I said, well, what would you like? And it has to be something we can drive to. And he said, well, what about Arizona? I said, okay, good. We'll do Arizona. So Arizona I can drive to. I didn't have to worry about a flight. But I had some issues on that trip, too. I had some issues in the hotel rooms. I just had problems. The trip was nice. I enjoyed it. But I had some problems. I had some trouble sleeping. I had a lot of things happening that were related to that anxiety. So, like, mid-April was where I was at the peak of the return of these problems. And I knew that in early July, I had a cruise ticket to go on an expensive cruise line in Europe. And I said, how the hell am I going to get all the way to Europe? I can't get on a flight right now even for 1 hour. Forget Europe. And I could not picture that I could get better that fast. I even tried some things that I had done in 2018 to get myself better, and they weren't working. So while it wasn't as bad as in 2018, I was not able to solve it. And it kind of felt like something that was more ingrained and more background and more difficult to solve. So this was very frustrating. I was really feeling bad and feeling guilty, in fact, that I was going to be the one person from the family that's not there. And then, of course, Benjamin wasn't going to be there either. But I was just really feeling awful that I was going to let everybody down like this and not show up for this reason. I thought I had this under control enough to where this was never going to happen again. I had been on a lot of long flights since I got better in 2019, and I was fine, 100% fine. But here I felt I couldn't do it. So I was getting very down about the whole thing. And I really thought that I was just not going to be able to make it. Now, what about the World Series of Poker? Well, I did not play the World Series of Poker for the most part because I didn't feel I was in the proper state of mind to be able to do so. So I didn't. Some people go play when they're not in the best state of mind and they lose. I didn't want to do that. I didn't think that was the right thing for me to be doing, so I didn't. How did this affect radio? Well, it was hard to get myself up to do radio when I was feeling like that. So I would occasionally do it, and I'd feel okay when I was doing it. Radio, in fact, it's kind of like a return to normalcy. I can do it and forget my other problems, but just to be able to prepare for it and go over and do it and then edit it afterwards, the whole thing, I couldn't do it that often. So that's why you didn't hear much radio. And I wasn't telling you guys that, but that was a lot of the reason. So anyway, I did mention I went to Europe. So how did I do it? How did I get to Europe if I had all this going on and if it was so bad in mid-April and the trip was in early July? How did I manage it? How did I get better? Well, I was trying a number of things, including some things that were semi-similar to what I did in 2018 to make it better. And I started to notice some improvement, but I still wasn't sure how far I had really come, and I wasn't sure how it would be once I get on a plane. And I was worried, like, okay, what if I get on a plane and then I freak out? That wouldn't be good. I started thinking about Tom Dwan. I was really thinking about Tom Dwan, he freaked out on the plane, and he landed at Heathrow, and they put him in a mental ward for weeks against his will. I'm like, am I going to be the next one in the mental hospital in London because I go crazy from being on the plane all those hours? So I really did think about that, and I really wanted to make sure that I'd be okay before I would get on the flight. But hold on a second. I didn't even have a flight yet. Because of all this going on, I couldn't bring myself to book a flight. So here I was going to Europe, and I had a cruise ticket, but I didn't have a plane ticket. So we get all the way into mid to late June, and I still don't have a plane ticket. And you know what can happen with plane tickets, especially all the way to Europe. When you get close to the time you're flying, it can get very expensive. So I knew that could be a problem too, because imagine if I am okay to go, and then the prices are outrageous. Like, I didn't want to let anyone down in my family, but what if I can go, but it's so expensive that I can't bring myself to pay those prices? So I got stressed about that too, especially when I looked at the prices. It was very disturbing. Especially because I knew I would not be able to fly unless I was at least in business class. I knew for sure I would need that, both for my size and just the state I was in. I really needed something like business class minimum. So that was not going to be cheap to fly to Europe at the last minute. That was also a problem. I also had no hotels. I had no rental cars. I had no activities planned. All I had was a cruise ticket. That was it. So we get to mid-June, and I came up with an idea. I said, you know what? I think I've improved, but I need to have more information than that before I can really go forward with this trip. So I did what I did in 2019. I booked a test flight. A test flight is just a short flight you take to see how you handle it. And if it works out, then you can assume that you can do a lot longer. So I booked a flight from LA to Vegas, and I had it coincide with the 3K Limit Hold'em event. I thought, okay, well, might as well kill two birds with one stone. Might as well fly to Vegas to see how the flight will work out. I normally don't ever fly to Vegas, but this would be for the purpose of testing how I'll be on the plane. And then I'll play the 3K Limit Hold'em, and maybe I'll play one other event, and then I will go back to LA. And I actually was going to rent a car there and drive back, so I didn't have to worry about, the flight back if I don't do well in the first one. Also, I didn't know when I'd fly back in case I last a long time in advance. It's easier to drive back, so I planned to rent a car and drive back one way. So I booked my flight. I got a one-way first-class ticket from LA to Vegas, flight leaving around midnight. Then I had a little bit of a problem. You know what that problem was? The problem was I let time get away from me, and much like my starting this show late, I was very late getting to the airport. And this was the last flight of the night. I'm like, damn it. I can't just go to the next one. I'll have to just hang out here by the airport all night and fly in the morning. I mean, and if they have room for me. I mean, what a disaster. Because I had all day, and I just didn't leave on time. So I actually drove a rental car, a one-way rental car, to get to the airport and just dropped it off at the rental car return place at LAX, or near LAX. So you take a shuttle bus from the rental car place to LAX itself. I was all the way on Terminal 7, United Terminal 7, and that's the last terminal in LAX. So there was horrendous traffic within LAX. I think maybe some construction was going on, whatever it was, but that shuttle bus was just stopped. We were not moving. Nothing was moving. And time was ticking closer and closer to the deadline to get on the flight, and I had luggage with me. So the deadline is even further away that you have to make because I'm checking luggage, and the luggage are too big to not check. So I had to get on with my luggage, and I was really running out of time. I mean, it looked like almost no chance to get on. And then it went from almost no chance to really no chance. So it really looked like I was not going to make it. How bad did it look? Well, the flight was at 11:50, and the check-in cutoff was going to be at 11:05, because that's 45 minutes beforehand for a domestic flight. I'm talking about with luggage. I was 3 minutes from that deadline, and I was still on the bus. Forget Terminal 7. I wasn't even at any terminal yet. We were on a street that leads up to LAX in traffic that was absolutely stopped in gridlock. And it was 3 minutes to the cutoff. Did I have a chance there? No, obviously not. So I was resigning myself to not making it. I mean, sometimes if you're close, they'll let you on anyway, and just you'll have to agree that if your luggage doesn't make it, that you'll pick it up the next day, which I was willing to do. But then at some point, they just completely shut it. So I thought there was no chance. And I was just giving up, and I was very frustrated, and I was frantically looking for replacement flights the next day on my phone, and I was so pissed at myself for letting this happen. But you know what? With all the things in the news these days about Arabs and Jews, you don't see very much cooperation between Arabs and Jews nowadays. Would you agree with that? I think you would. Well, for maybe the first time in the year 2025, Arabs and Jews cooperated. I'll tell you how. There was an Arab couple that was on the bus, and they were in a similar situation to me. They were running out of time. I don't think they were as close to missing it as I was, but they were pretty close too. And they were very, very rude about it to the bus driver. See, I just was saying, okay, this sucks. The traffic is really, really, really crazy, and I'm not going to make it, and it's very frustrating, but I can't blame the driver. You know, what can I do? Just got to wait till we get to at least one of the terminals, and I can get off here and try to run across the airport and get over to Terminal 7, see if I can make it and beg them to let me on. That was my plan, but it looked like it was futile. It looked like we wouldn't get to Terminal 1 until the cutoff for anything for that flight. So I was pretty much giving up. Well, they weren't giving up quite so easily. They started shouting at the driver that he needs to open the door in the middle of the street and let them out and let them go on foot the rest of the way. And he says, I can't do that. I can't just open the door in the middle of the street and let you get out here. It's against our policy. I cannot do that. It's a safety hazard. I can't do it. So they kept yelling at him, and he was trying to ignore it, but they were getting worse and worse. And they were yelling, we're going to fucking miss our flight. You don't care, you asshole. Open the fucking door. Open the fucking door now. And they're shouting at him. And I'm just staying quiet. I'm hoping the door would open too. That's my only shot, but I didn't even think this is an option. But I'm not getting involved in this because the guy's right. He can't just open the door in the middle. It totally makes sense why he can't just drop people off in the middle of a busy street. So they're still screaming. Then they go to the door in the middle of the bus and they start pounding on it, trying to force it open. Well, at this point, they're yelling obscenities at him. They're shouting, open, 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 pounding on the door. He decided, okay, you know what? Fuck this. This isn't worth it. I'm just going to open the door and let him out. So he opens the door and they run out. And I think, well, this is my moment. I have to follow the lead of my Arab friends. So, even though Arabs did the work for me, as a Jew, I took that work and ran with it. So I told the bus driver, hold on, don't close those doors. If they're getting off the bus, I am too. So I grabbed my luggage, jumped off, and I was in the middle of the street, leading up to LAX, gridlock traffic, with my suitcase and my carry-on and 2 backpacks I'm wearing. I had a lot of stuff I was bringing. So I dragged all of that through the street, dodged the cars, which weren't moving, fortunately, got onto the sidewalk, and I ran as fast as I could all the way to Terminal 1. But that's the wrong terminal. I have to get to Terminal 7. And then because LAX is like U-shaped, I had to figure out how to cross over from Terminal 1 to 7. And it looked like you could just go directly across. The problem was the bridge that allows you to do that was closed, so I had to find a different way to do it on the ground. And I did it, and the problem was by the time I got into Terminal 7, I was only 18 minutes away from the time the flight takes off. 18 minutes! So that looked like I was done, right? There's no way. Well, they actually agreed. After first telling me no, one guy told me no, they actually agreed to take my luggage, and I had to sign a form that I'm not going to complain if it doesn't get there in time. And then I ran as fast as I could to security. And security, well, they stopped me, and they started going through my carry-on because there was something that they didn't like, something that scared them in my carry-on. Now, what was it? Was it maybe a knife? Was it some other kind of scary object? Did I bring too much liquid for what's allowed? No. What scared them was my World Series of Poker bracelet. I kid you not. They went through my bag and they found the bracelet. They said, this is what we've been looking for. This is what we're concerned about. And they were examining it. They said, what is this? And I said, it's a World Series of Poker bracelet. And the woman examining goes, oh, hold on a second. And then she calls over the other guy and says, look at this. This guy has a World Series of Poker bracelet. I mean, that was nice to be recognized. It's nice to get the adulation of TSA, but I said, look, guys, can you please just put it back and let me go because I'm going to miss my flight. I've got like 3 minutes. So they put it back in, and I ran as fast as I could to the gate, and I got there with 1 minute to spare, and I got on the plane. Out of breath, very hot, but I got on the plane. That was a relief. That was a very, very big relief. And believe it or not, 2 people boarded after me. So they actually let people board later than the time they said the boarding was closed. I've never made it on a flight that close before. That was as close as it gets. Did my luggage arrive? Believe it or not, yes. My luggage actually got there. I was willing to go pick it up the next day, but no, it made it. So everything was cool. I did prepare for the flight by taking Xanax, and I also used nasal spray to open up my nasal passages. And why would I do that? It's just easier to fly that way. It's just when you're feeling any kind of anxiety, it just feels nice to have your nasal passages just open and free. So between the nasal spray and the Xanax, it was a very nice flight. It was a very empty flight, surprisingly empty. I haven't seen a flight that empty since 9/11. But I guess they needed the plane in Vegas because they need a lot of planes in Vegas because Vegas is a very popular destination. So they probably just needed the plane for the next day. So they had to keep the flight going no matter how empty it was. This was extremely empty. Nobody was in the seat next to me. And I just kind of chilled during the flight. In fact, it seemed like it was over so fast. I mean, it's a very short flight, but it seemed like it was up and down. We're there in Vegas. And I didn't have the slightest bit of anxiety. And I said, well, I'm ready. I'm ready to get back on a plane for a much longer time. So when I got off that flight, I knew that I would be able to make this Europe trip. I then played my Limit Hold'em event, and I did not do very well, and I busted, and I max late regged a $500 event, which, I've bashed the max late registration, but it's one of these things where if you can't beat them, join them. And I realized that the low buy-in events are a good place to do it, because I haven't liked these low buy-in big field events, because you play all day and usually you're either going to bust or cash pretty low. So if you're a middle or high stakes player, it's just not worth your time to do. And the chance of getting really deep and winning big money or a bracelet is very small because of the size of the field. So I just don't like those events. But I said, hey, you know what? Why don't I register as late as I can? And this way, I won't have to put the time into this. I can just either double up and have a shot at cashing, or bust and barely put any time into it. So I did. And I did double. And I ended up getting all in a spot that was obvious when I was still fairly short. When I had ace-10 suited on a board with jack-10x with 2 of that suit. And I was up against pocket queens, it turned out, that somehow flatted the pre-flop, which was a little bit weird. But they did. They flatted to a raise and 2 calls pre-flop. Not exactly an expert player, but nevertheless, I got it in with the queens. And even though I was a very slight favorite to win there, 51-49, it did not come through for me, so I busted there. No matter, I won it back in cash. The $3,500 I put into the event, those 2 events, that is, I won back in a cash game. And I went back, and I'm like, okay, well, now I got to get to work on doing the rest of the stuff I have to do to get ready for this trip. I had to book flights. I had to find a way to book these flights and not get completely ripped off. I was first very demoralized to see the business class tickets were like $11,000 each way. So it was like $22,000 round trip. I go, oh my God, I can't pay that. So I'm scrambling to see what I can do about that. Also having to book hotels, because my plan was to do an extended European trip after the cruise is over. So I had to look for hotels there, had to look for rental cars in places I was going to want to drive. It's a lot of work. A lot of work. I had to figure out what I'm going to do in all the cruise ports. A lot of stuff I had not done yet, and I had to do it between like June 24th and July 5th. That's all the time I had to plan this massive trip now. But I did it. I really had to bear down to do it. Now, obviously, I could not do radio in that time, but I actually did. I actually did do a radio episode about this thing that happened with the Big Beautiful Bill and the gambling law. So I did squeeze that in. I just didn't have time to edit it. And then I went on the trip. I didn't have time to edit it there. So I said, oh, well, we'll just keep that segment and replay it during the next show I do. Now, I planned to do a show very shortly after I got back, and I got back on July 25th. But the problem was I caught a cold at the very end of the trip. And I was too congested to do radio. And the problem I've figured out over the years with radio is if I attempt to do radio when I am congested, then it aggravates the cold and makes it last longer. I've even had it where the symptoms come back when I'm on the road to recovery, because it's hard on my voice, hard on my throat, and that's not good to do when you're already recovering from a cold. So I realized that I need to rest my voice. I need to not stress my body when I'm trying to get over a cold. So I had to wait for this to clear enough to where I could do radio. And then I was going to do radio about a week ago, and then a bunch of things happened that I won't get into, but just a lot of little things that came up that I had to handle in life. Some of it I'd been putting off because of the trip. Some of it just came up new. It's not important what they were. They don't have nothing to do with poker or gambling or anyone you guys know. It's not any kind of personal issues, just kind of stuff that I had to take care of, that one thing after another. So I'm like, okay, I got to find a way to do radio. I got to find a time to do radio. So I just kind of said, okay, let's just do it. Let's do it. So here we are, morning of August 9th, and that is what happened. And if you're wondering where I went in Europe, here's very briefly what I did. We flew to Stockholm from LA, but we stopped over at Newark with an 8-hour layover, 8.5 hour actually, which I did on purpose so we could go out and see New York City, and we did. And we somehow got a parking space in front of the Empire State Building, which was like a miracle. and went to the top of the Empire State Building, had some New York pizza. We also went to Liberty Park in New Jersey, which I'd never been to before. So we had a nice day in New York. Wasn't even terribly hot. It was a little bit hot, but could have been much worse. And then we got back on the plane, flew to Stockholm. I almost don't remember that flight. I had so much Xanax in me, I slept almost the whole way between Newark and Stockholm. Then I got there and I was very tired because the Xanax tends to tire me out. So I was very tired that day, but we boarded the cruise, and the cruise actually stayed overnight in Stockholm. So we saw Stockholm the next day after I recovered from the Xanax. And then we went on to Estonia. We also went to Finland and Latvia and Germany. We went to a port in Germany that is about like maybe 2 hours from where Hamburg is by car. I did rent a car. I didn't go to Hamburg. I went to a little resort town called Schwerin, which has a castle. So we went to Schwerin for the day. I drove on the Autobahn, which was fun. First time I ever done that. Then the cruise ends up stopping in Copenhagen. And from there, we get off the ship, and we were in Copenhagen, and then went on to Paris and then London. And then from London, flew back with an overnight layover in Chicago. That was kind of a fail because of a bunch of flight delays. And then back to LA. So almost a 3-week trip. And the cruise line I went on, in case you're wondering, it's the first time I've ever been on one of these. I've talked about it on the show before, though, because there was some news about it in the past. Crystal Cruises, which went bankrupt at one point and then got bought out by a different company. So this is the new Crystal, and it's a high-end cruise line. I'd never taken a high-end cruise line before. All my cruises in the past have been on middle-end cruise lines like Princess and Norwegian. I had never been on a high-end cruise line. So this was my first time doing that, and it was interesting. It was definitely some differences between that and something like Norwegian. The ships are smaller. They are pretty empty. You hardly see any other passengers. It's weird. Like on Norwegian or Princess, it's just like wall-to-wall people all the time. Here you can walk around the hallways and see nobody. You forget you're even with other passengers sometimes because they don't sail full and they're smaller. So you really don't see as many people. It's kind of just understated. It's like understated elegance, and I liked it. Now, it's pretty expensive, so I'm not sure when I'll do that next, because as far as value for your money, you get better value on the mid-range cruise lines. But there's some things you'll find on this you won't find on the mid-range cruise lines, such as there's a Nobu on board. It's not called Nobu, but it's actually run by Nobu. So it has a different name. It's called Umi Uma, but it pretty much is Nobu. So we went to that a bunch of times. So anyway, you can look up Crystal Cruises if you're interested. This it got bought out because of the bankruptcy issue it had. It used to be owned by Genting. They were like a subsidiary of Genting, who owns Resort World. So that was my trip. Nice trip. Of course, when you travel for 3 weeks, there's going to be some fail, but there's no major fail. In fact, the worst fail we had was on the way back with all the delays and some fail on the part of American Airlines, but we got back, and that's what's important. How did I end up getting tickets to fly business class or better both ways? How did I manage this with such little notice? I told you I was finding tickets for like $11,000 each. Did I really pay $22,000 round trip for each ticket? Answer, of course not. I found that some of the flights were still reasonably priced if you used miles. So if you have enough miles on the airlines, which fortunately I did because I've been accumulating them for a long time and waiting for a moment like this, the miles were actually a reasonable price, whereas the cash price was horrendous. So if I had to pay cash, I would have been stuck paying something like that or not going. But the miles had not been inflated like the cash price had been. And fortunately, I had enough miles to do it. So that's how I managed it. And I burned most of my miles doing this. But at least when you convert what the miles are worth to what they would be in cash, I got a reasonable price. Whereas had I paid cash, it would have been very, very hard to bring myself to do that for that type of money. And I couldn't just say, okay, well, I'll fly coach. First of all, it was expensive for coach, too. Not like the business class was, but it was still pretty expensive. But other problem is that I could not chance that I would be able to do that, because it's already uncomfortable for me as it is on a long-haul flight, because I'm not a small guy. I'm tall, and I also weigh more these days. So I don't fit very well in these small seats, especially for a long flight. So that was going to be an issue. That was the last thing I needed when I was just getting over the return of this anxiety, where I couldn't fly at all. And here I felt like I was able to do it, but I didn't want to take a chance with anything like coach. So I knew it had to be business class or nothing. So fortunately, thanks to my miles, I was able to get that. So keep that in mind. If you have miles that you've accumulated, always check the miles price as well. And there's one other trick I want to tell you about. This is very important too, and it helped me. Most major U.S. airlines, in fact, maybe all the major ones, if you book with miles, you can cancel at any time, all the way up until boarding, for a full refund without any penalty. So it's not like a cash ticket, where unless you buy a fully refundable ticket for an inflated price, that you're out the money. When you pay with miles, they will give you a full refund all the way up until when the flight goes. Now, if you completely miss the flight, then you don't get a refund. But if you cancel up until the flight takes off, you will get a full refund. So what you can do is you can book it, and then you can keep watching the miles price. And if the price goes down, then you can cancel and rebook. And that's also what I was doing. Even though I didn't have that long of a time, I kept watching the miles price, and every time it dropped, I would cancel and I'd rebook. And that's completely fine. It's not against the rules, nothing like that. So you should keep that in mind. If you do book with miles, don't just set it and forget it. Keep checking. Keep checking every few days and see if the price goes down. I'm talking the miles price. And if it does, then cancel and rebook. And by the way, so one other tip I'll give you is that if you're booking multiple tickets, you should always search for one ticket and see the price there. Because what happens is sometimes they'll have one ticket for cheaper than the next one, because once they sell that, then they feel that they are full enough to where they can raise the price. So they'll have like one ticket at a certain price, and then the next tickets beyond that are higher. So if you say you want to book 4 tickets, and 2 of them they'll sell cheaper and 2 of them they won't, if you try to book 4, it's going to charge you the higher price for all 4. It won't be 2 and 2, too low, too high. It'll just be 4 high. So what you do in that case is you book the first 2, and then you book the other 2. So don't ever search for the number you're actually looking to buy. Search for just one ticket, and then try upping it to 2, then up it to 3, and see if it's the same price per ticket. And if it's not, then buy them separately. So I in one of the cases, I did 3 separate reservations to manage this. And then also after you've done it again, you can go back and see if the prices have gone down. So you can play games like that, and it's no penalty. It just takes a little time to do, but it's pretty easy. And it's a way to save miles. And since you can cancel and rebook very easily, and you get an instant refund, then that's the way to do it if you want to save money. If you have any questions about it, you can always text me, 775-372-8355. I can walk you through it. I always like helping people save money if they can. All right, so enough about me here. Let me get to some poker topics. So let's talk about Michael the Grinder Mizrachi. I'm sure you've probably heard by now what he pulled off in the 2025 World Series of Poker. If you don't know, he won the 50K buy-in Poker Players Championship, also known as the PPC, which is a very prestigious event. It's a very tough event because you have very tough competition. It's a high buy-in. Most of the players are very skilled. It's a mixed game, so you got to be good at a lot of different games to win it. And it's amazing how certain people do so well at it. So, for example, Brian Rast has won it 3 times, and so had Michael Mizrachi. Well, now Michael Mizrachi has won 4 times. So he has won the 4th time in that tough PPC event. I mean, it's really tough to win that once. He's won 4 times. So obviously there's something he's doing and maybe Brian Rast is doing as well, that others are not. And sometimes it's hard to understand. And I know people were watching him play and saying, oh, he made a lot of mistakes, he did stupid things and just got lucky, he was a fish on a heater. I've seen a lot of criticism of him here. But look, the guy has won it 4 times. Now, do you think he's that lucky? Is he really the luckiest guy ever to walk the earth, to win the PPC 4 times, his tough event, when he's a fish, when he makes mistakes, when he makes stupid moves? Or maybe, just maybe, the moves he's making are not so stupid. Maybe his non-standard plays are actually effective. And maybe they're effective because they're non-standard. Because remember, if everybody plays a similar style, if you have a lot of good players together, and these good players all play a similar style, what does it come down to? It comes down to mostly luck. And if you just got to count on luck to win, then you're not going to win very often because you're not going to be any luckier than the next guy typically. So in order to set yourself apart as far as having a better chance to win, you need to play a different style than what everybody else is playing. And I'll be honest, I accidentally stumbled into this in 2005, and that's part of the reason I did as well as I did in 2005, where I got 3rd and 1st place in the first 2 events I played at the World Series. And to be honest, sometimes I feel that I have gotten away from that myself. I sometimes feel like I'm now playing more of a standard style for this day and age, where my play style is too similar now to the other pros, whereas in 05 it wasn't. And I think in tournament poker, when your style is different, even if suboptimal sometimes, that can actually be of a lot of assistance to you. That can actually give you a better chance to win when your style is just different and people have a hard time handling it. And also, if you're on a hot run, you get paid off a lot more. So there is something to be said for having a style in these tournaments that is different than other people. Now, you can't be a complete fish and do really stupid things all the time, but I'm saying that if your style is just different and is sometimes not optimal and not what people would say is correct, sometimes in tournament poker that actually is correct if it's different enough from the way other people are playing, and if you get other benefits from it on the back end, such as getting paid off more, such as being harder to read, such as being harder to deal with, such as being harder to make tough laydowns against. So obviously Mike Mizrachi is doing something correct with the PPC to have won it 4 times. Then he entered the WSOP Main Event as well. Now, he's made it deep before. I believe he made the final table once. But he ended up winning the WSOP Main Event as well. And that's never happened in WSOP history, where someone who wins the 50K Poker Players Championship also wins the main event. That's an incredible feat, especially the main event, because that's a huge field, 10,000 players. To win that, you just really have to have a lot of things go right for you. So he wins that, and that would be an incredible year for anybody to win the main. But he also wins the PPC for the 4th time in the same year. So he gets his 4th PPC title in 2025 and wins the main. That's insane. That's insane. People watched him playing the main, and again, I was hearing the same things. Oh, he sucked out so many times. He got it in bad so many times. He got lucky so many times. Well, okay, newsflash. To win the WSOP Main Event, you have to get lucky. You are not going to win that unless you get lucky. You're not going to win unless you end up winning pots that you had no business winning by the odds. So yeah, of course he got lucky. Yeah, of course there were some spots where he looked like he was dead and then would get a lucky card. Yeah, he got his money in as an underdog a number of times and ended up winning. But show me one winner that doesn't have that situation. They all do. Some more than others, and sometimes people will just get the other side of this, where they're just always ahead. They're always just getting dealt monster hands, and then up against people who have enough of a hand to put it in against them, and then never catch up. Like that's what Jamie Gold did in 06. Jamie Gold wasn't really sucking out on people. He just always had the best hand, and it always held up no matter how big the draw was for his opponents. Just like nobody sucked out on him. So that's how he won. So yes, to win the WSOP main event with these type of fields, you need to get lucky. Mike Mizrachi got lucky. But that doesn't take away from his skill. If you watched him play in the WSOP main event, he handled his opposition very well. He really had his opponents off balance and guessing. They were having a hard time with his aggressive style. He matched up very well with his opponents, actually in both events. Good players in many cases. Good, respected players were having a hard time dealing with him. And that's a lot of the reason he won. So I have a load of respect for what he accomplished here. And yes, some of it was luck, but a lot of it was skill too. And he really is a poker savant. He really is an incredible field player. He's not one of these guys who spends time in the lab studying GTO Wizard, studying all the latest trends and strategies that have been determined by the math guys, by the geniuses who analyze the game and come up with what they feel is an unexploitable strategy. That's not Michael Mizrachi. He doesn't study. He doesn't run through training tools. He doesn't try to improve his game. He just sits down and plays. He just has a feel for where he's at. He has a feel for the table. He has a feel for his opponents. And he just plays. He just plays poker, and he just has a very good handle on what's going on. And you have to give the guy credit for it. And I'll tell you something about him. He's not a genius. Intelligence-wise, I don't think the guy's that smart. But in poker, he has incredible card sense. He's one of these guys who is not book smart. He's not someone who likely has a high IQ. But his poker IQ is extremely high. He's just someone with a really, really strong natural feel for the game. And that's why he does so well. That's why he doesn't study. That's why he doesn't work on these solvers or anything like that. He does not evolve. He just sits down, he plays, he feels what's going on, and a lot of times he's right. It's pretty amazing. He's really an old school player. Not old school that he's really old. He's younger than me. He's not a young guy, but he's younger than me. He's mid-40s. But the way he plays is like the great players of old who just have a very strong feel for the game. So I have a lot of respect for that. And a lot of that you can't teach. You just have to have it. Now, as far as Michael Mizrachi beyond his poker play, is there any controversy about him? Well, sort of. The good news about Michael Mizrachi is there's no major scandal that has followed him. So he's not rumored to be cheating people or taking tons of loans under false pretenses or any stuff like that. He's also not known to be a jerk. In fact, when I first met him, and this is a long time ago, I first met him in, I think it was in 2005. I had played a lot with him on PokerStars, so I was very aware of who he was. And for a while, he wasn't good, which I'll get to in a little bit. But for a while, I actually saw he was a fish. That's what I thought. Whenever I'd see him sit at the table, I was happy. I'm talking about online, not in person. And then he started doing well in tournaments, and I realized he wasn't a fish. He just wasn't that good at cash games then. And then he got better and better, and then obviously he wasn't a fish at all, and as his results since then have proven. But I had seen pictures of him, and I looked at the guy and I said, this guy looks like he's going to be a douche. This guy looks like when I meet him, he's going to be arrogant, he's going to be an asshole. I'm going to think, like, what a jerk, I don't want to be around this guy. Well, that wasn't what it was. That wasn't the case at all. He was very soft-spoken. He was kind. He was easy to get along with. He wasn't arrogant. I was very pleasantly surprised in the mid-2000s when I met Michael Mizrachi at the table. And he knew who I was. So I wasn't a stranger to him. And we hadn't met in person before. But he knew of who I was from online. He knew I was Dan Druff. I knew he was the grinder. And we got along, you know. I thought he was a decent guy, and he'd say hello to me whenever he saw me around. We were never friends, but we got along whenever we encountered one another, and he was always nice to me. And that's true to this day. I've never had a beef with him. I've never been around him when he has been unkind to me or anybody. So that, I definitely have to say, is a big positive about Mike Mizrachi. And generally in poker, you'll see, you're not going to hear stories about him being a jerk. However, he has represented a number of companies that have either gone under or been shady. And in some cases, he was made aware that these were shady and he just didn't care. So Lock Poker was a big one. He was a face of Lock Poker for a while. And even as they were cheating people and not paying people, and people are like, hey, Mike, maybe you should take off that lock patch, he just didn't listen. He just didn't want to hear it. He didn't argue with people. He wasn't a jerk about it. He just didn't care. He just said, well, they're paying me to wear the patch. That's it. I'm wearing the patch. That was basically his attitude. Same with Full Tilt. After Full Tilt stole everyone's money, he continued wearing the Full Tilt patch until the very end. He's been involved with other projects where basically he was just the face of it, and they paid him or gave him some piece of the company to basically represent them. And no matter how shady or questionable these companies were, if they'd give him some kind of equity in it, it seemed like he would stamp his name on it and not really think much about it. Johnny Chan is like that as well, and even Phil Ivey to some degree. So he's not the only one who does it. But he has been involved with a number of poker-related companies over the years that have either not worked out or been shady or ripped people off. And even though he did not rip anybody off, when he was informed of this, he didn't want to get involved. So I want to be clear. He was not part of ripping anyone off. He didn't gain directly from these people being ripped off. He just basically was a sponsored pro and didn't want to hear or get involved in anything that was controversial about them. And, I can't defend that part. When you stamp your name on something, then you're endorsing it. And if you start to hear things that seems credible, that what you're endorsing is fucking people over, then you need to bail out. You can't just close your eyes to it. But that's what he's done, and he's taken some heat for that, and rightfully so. Also, there's a question how much he had of himself in all of these events, in both the PPC and the main event. I've heard rumors that he had a pretty low percentage of himself in the main, even after winning the PPC. Now, these are just rumors. I don't have verification, so it's possible these are false rumors, but that's what I've been told by a few people. And it's somewhat believable because he has been perpetually broke despite all of his poker success. He's just a degenerate. He has a spending problem. He likes to gamble, including negative EV casino games. I've seen it in person. This is just someone who's not good with money. This is someone who should have a lot of money because he has a lot of poker talent, and he's done very well. But he doesn't. He seems to be perpetually out of money. Now, that describes a lot of people in the game. It's not just Michael Mizrachi. But in case you're sitting here jealous, oh my God, the guy won the PPC and he won the main. Oh my God, I wish I had that type of money. I mean, the main alone is $10 million. Well, don't feel that jealous. You can feel jealous of the titles and the talent he has, but maybe not the money, because this is someone who has been backed and staked for most of his poker career, even though you wouldn't picture that given his success. So this is just someone who isn't that good at it. In fact, even Jack Effel put in a little dig at him, not this year, but one of the other PPCs he won. I was there for his bracelet ceremony because I happened to be playing at the same time. And Jack Effel said something like, well, this is your third time winning it. I think it's second or third time winning it. And where all the money went is anyone's guess. And then people are like, ooh, they couldn't believe Jack Effel said that. Like, that's kind of inappropriate for him to say. But, Jack Effel was actually correct. He wasn't correct to say that, but he was actually correct in what he said, that the money was gone from the previous wins. So he's always had a money issue. He's just one of those guys who can't hold on to money. In the 2000s, I noticed he had like an entourage. He even had a bus for his entourage. He actually rode around in a bus for all his buddies that hung out with him. And he took care of them all. He was a very generous guy. As I said, like if you're in his group, like he's very generous to a fault. He's someone who just doesn't value money very much. And if people are friendly with him and they need money, then he spends money on them. He's one of those guys. So I remember in the 2000s, he had some hangers-on, some groupies, leeches, some of them, who would really just hang out with him so he'd stake them or pay for stuff for them. And I didn't have a lot of respect for some of these people. I won't name who they are. Some of them are still around, some of them aren't. Now, someone who is still around and also has poker talent, that also has been assisted by Mr. Mizrachi at some points, is Chino Ream. Because they're all from South Florida, so they knew each other from back then. And Chino's been part of that group, and a lot of people don't know that. I don't know who's backing Chino currently. Of course, Chino is notorious for taking loans from people, promising he'll pay them back the next day, and in reality, he has no plans to pay them back unless he hits a big score. So he takes loans under false pretenses. And I actually got Chino'd once. I've told you this story before, but this is right after he made the November 9 final table and was guaranteed $1 million. And like a week after that, he asked me for $8K on PokerStars, and I stupidly sent it to him. So going, well, the guy just got $1 million, and they paid them out right then. So he had $1 million plus whatever additional he wins at the final table a few months later, back when they separated the final table by a few months. I'm talking about the World Series of Poker Main. So I gave Chino the $8,000. I was sure he'd see me the next day at the Bellagio and give me my $8,000. And then he ghosted me. I'm like, oh my God. And then I talked to people and they're like, oh, you loaned to Chino? You're not going to see that money. Well, it was actually thanks to the Mizrachi clan. Because remember, Mike Mizrachi has brothers that also play poker. The best known brother is Robert Mizrachi, who's won bracelets himself. And then also Eric Mizrachi, who's another brother who hasn't been as successful. And then there's a fourth Mizrachi. I forget his name. But Robert Mizrachi actually covered the 8K debt. And I didn't really know Robert. Like, I knew of him and he knew of me, but it's not like we were buddies. But Chino told me, hey, you're going to get the money back on PokerStars, and then Robert Mizrachi sent it to me. And I don't know if it was Robert's money or if it was Michael's money. I don't know. But it was from one of the Mizrachis that Chino's debt was paid to me. And it was like found money. I thought I was fucked there. I guess I got 8K of Mizrachi money in some way back then. But that was their problem. This is their friend. So it wasn't their responsibility to pay, but I wasn't going to turn it down. It's not like one of them was tricked or scammed. This wasn't robbing Peter to pay Paul. This was the buddy of someone who ripped me off, paid on his behalf. So, okay, cool. So I was one of the few to get paid quickly by Chino, even if it wasn't by Chino himself. But Chino was one of these people who was kind of leeching off of Mike Mizrachi for some time. I don't know what's going on today, but I know they're all still friends. Michael Mizrachi is also one with a background from Israel. He is Israeli. I don't believe he was born in Israel, but he might have been. I know he has Israeli citizenship as well. Though a fact you may not know is if you are born to parents who are Israeli, or even one parent who is Israeli, then you are technically an Israeli citizen as well. You have automatic Israeli citizenship if you have an Israeli parent, even if you're born in a different country, even if you've never set foot in Israel. So I'm not sure what the situation was with his parents, but I do know that he does have an Israeli heritage. At least one of his two parents was Israeli, and I know he has Israeli citizenship along with his U.S. citizenship. And as you might guess, he and his brothers are very pro-Israel in the Israel versus Hamas and versus the other current enemies of Israel in that whole situation that's been occurring for the last 2 years. And people were holding up Israeli flags while Michael was playing at the WSOP Main Event, very deep in the event and at the final table. And some people were put off by this, including Justin Bonomo. But, screw them. I mean, seriously, screw them. It's completely fine to be proud of your heritage, completely fine to be proud of your country, and Israel is a country in which he holds citizenship, and where at least one of his parents are from, maybe both. And furthermore, and I've said it before on this show here, Israel, they're not committing a genocide. They are not trying to destroy the Palestinian people or purposely killing Palestinian citizens. They're in a very tough situation. They were attacked, and then the attackers are hiding among the civilians and holding hostages. And Israel can't just say, okay, well, you got us. Okay, well, let's all make peace now. It doesn't work that way. When you go into a country's homeland and attack them and purposely go after and kill and kidnap and rape and burn civilians and then take some of them back and hold them hostage for years and then hide among your citizens and say, hey, you can't get us now. We're hiding among innocent civilians, so leave us alone. That's not how it works. You can't get away with that. If you do this to any country, they're not going to take it lying down, especially if the country you do it to has greater military might than you do. So, of course Israel comes after Hamas. Of course they come after Hezbollah. Of course they come after Iran even, because they are being attacked. So for those claiming this is a genocide, that's nonsense. The genocide that's occurring is Israel's enemies against Israel. They want to commit genocide. They just don't have the military power to do it. If Hamas could wipe every Jew off of the planet, they would. And they've said so. I don't know why people don't listen to them. Hamas has been very open for the last 20 years that they want all Jews dead. They want to completely take over Israel and kill every Jew there. So how can anyone sympathize with these people? How can they not realize that the ones who want to commit the genocide are the ones that Israel's fighting with? It's not Israel. So I'm happy to see that Israeli flags are being held when Mike Mizrachi is running deep in the main. That they're proud of being Israeli and they don't care about people like Justin Bonomo and others who freak out when they see the Israeli flag and push false narratives about genocide. I don't want to get in a whole tangent here, but seriously, what was Israel supposed to do? What were they supposed to do after October 7th? Just shrug their shoulders? Give up? Surrender? Give concessions? What were they supposed to do? I see a lot of criticism for what they have been doing, but these people criticizing cannot articulate what they should have done. At least they can't give a realistic response about what they should have done. Some say, well, they've been abusing the people in Gaza for so long, they should just accept that this was inevitable and they have to make peace from that point. That's not true and it's not realistic. You can't do that. No country would do that, especially one being attacked so often like Israel is. Anyway, I don't get a whole Israel tangent, but it's frustrating to me. It's frustrating to me as a Jew and someone with connections to Israel myself. It's frustrating to see a lot of the false narrative that's been pushed for the last 2 years, and the lies that have been told, the phony pictures that are being posted, things that don't hold up to scrutiny, and a lot of intelligent people have been fooled by it, or at least semi-fooled. It's very sad. So anyway, good for Michael Mizrachi. Definitely not a perfect individual, but for the most part, a pretty good person to have win. And it kind of brings people back to the belief that, hey, look, old school players can still compete. Field players can still win. It's not just going to be won every year by European bots. And when I say bots, I don't mean actual bots, but I mean people who play like bots, who spend 12 hours a day in the lab studying. That you can just be a field player like Mizrachi, and if you're good at it, you can sit down and make mincemeat of these players. So in a way, it was kind of a feel-good story for the WSOP, and for the criticism that Mizrachi gets sometimes, like regarding the companies he's been associated with, at least this is someone without any kind of real major scandal following them, and has generally treated people well, and has been known as a nice and easy to get along with guy in poker. And there are probably people that are listening right now that are going to text me stories of, oh, did you hear this? Did you hear that? And, you know, I've heard things, not everything substantiated. But as I said, he's not a perfect guy. But for the most part, he's a positive figure for poker. Before we finish the Mizrachi topic, I do want to talk about one more thing related to his 2025 WSOP performance. He was inducted into the Poker Hall of Fame as a special inductee, and there is no usual nominating or voting process to bring him in. And the rationale was, number one, he already had a pretty impressive resume prior to this year, and number two, he did something that's never been done before and may never happen again, where he won the Poker Players Championship and the WSOP Main Event. So yes, that was a very, very impressive feat, and I will go as far as saying that he does belong in the Poker Hall of Fame. However, I do have to say that the Poker Hall of Fame and its induction process is a complete joke. It needs to be updated, it needs to be reformed. There's a lot of rigging that goes on as far as who gets voted in, and the entire voting process is very undemocratic, to say the least. And this one was the worst, where they didn't even have a voting process. They just brought him in. And I don't know why they didn't just nominate him next year and bring him in at that point. They don't have to bring him in immediately after what he did. But if they're going to do things like that, they should take this opportunity to change the Poker Hall of Fame to where they induct more than one person per year, because there's a big backlog, and it's just getting bigger and bigger as a lot of the good young players from the 2000s who have stood the test of time are now aging into eligibility and are 40 years old. The person who was inducted in 2025 was one of those people, Nick Schulman. He was inducted because now he's 40, so now he's eligible. So there's a whole group of people who are definitely Hall of Fame worthy, and they are all going to be competing with one another for one open spot each year. And that really shuts out the marginal cases who couldn't get elected but were kind of close. Now they're never going to get elected because of the big group who came up during the poker boom and are now aging into eligibility. So if they are going to just bring people in without any nomination or vote, like they did Mizrachi, they should switch the whole procedure and start nominating and electing more people. Don't just make it one per year. And furthermore, they also need to add a separate category for non-players, people who are being nominated and possibly inducted due to what they have done for poker rather than their exploits on the felt. People who aren't necessarily great players or accomplished players, but ones who have made a very positive impact for poker as a whole, because they are competing with the players, the ones who are being nominated for what they've done at the poker table. That's comparing apples and oranges. It's like if the Baseball Hall of Fame had announcers and managers competing with players. That would be stupid. And that's basically what they're doing here. So they really need to modify the entire procedure of getting nominated and inducted into the Hall of Fame. And now that they've already deviated from what is supposed to be the procedure, this should be the impetus to finally just change the whole thing. So nothing against Mizrachi. I think he's a fine person to be in the Hall of Fame, especially what happened this year. But obviously they don't even want to follow their own rules anymore, so just throw it all in the trash and start over. Come up with new rules, new voting, something more fair, something that brings in more people. Because what's the whole point of one per year? Why? Why have that? If more than one are deserving, why make them wait? So I just wanted to get the little rant out. If you want to text me, 775-FRAUD55, translates to 775-372-8355. You cannot call, you have to text. Let's go on to the William Kassouf topic, because he was also a big topic in the main event. In fact, he was the big topic. Mizrachi was kind of a background topic until he ended up winning. But William Kassouf was the big story in the WSOP main event. He ran very deep. I think he finished 33rd. If you remember, he was on this show some years ago when he first had his deep run a number of years ago. William Kassouf, back then, was known as a speech player. He was someone who had an unorthodox play style. He played a lot of trash hands, and he would use psychological warfare to win at the table. He would pretty much talk during every hand he was in and start to make people doubt what they thought they should do or thought that he had. And because he played so many crazy hands, it was hard to put him on a hand. So between that and his table talk, people were confused by him, and he was doing well. Of course, there's a lot of variance in that style, but it was working for him. People generally enjoyed his antics. Some people thought he was annoying and a pain in the ass, but they generally enjoyed his antics the first time around. But he fell out of favor when he ended up in a scandal. In 2018, he was accused of stealing $100 chips off of the table in a casino, and he wasn't stealing from the casino. He was stealing from his friends. And he tried to make an excuse about it at first, but people weren't buying it, and it really looks like, that's really what he did. And then he kind of admitted it later, but claimed it was a mistake. But yeah, it really does look like Kassouf intentionally stole $100 chips off of a table, I think blackjack or some other table game they were playing in 2018, from his own friends, which is really scummy. It's bad enough to steal from the casino. It's even worse to steal from just random other players at the table. To actually steal from your friends you're playing with is really low and makes you a piece of shit. So everyone in poker felt that way, and that really killed any enthusiasm anyone had for him. Well, in 2023, about 5 years later, there was another allegation against him. The allegation in 2023 was also about stealing, but it was in a different way. So someone posted on X back then, just heard from a friend that William Kassouf just picked up his cash chips midway through getting stacked at the Irish Poker Open cash games and left while he was playing PLO. And then a person named Keith Littlewood responded and said, "It's true, I'm afraid. It was part my pot. Feel very disappointed. It was only €300. No one saw him take the chips, but when the dealer came to pull in the chips, his stack was gone, and so was Kassouf. Security searched the building with no joy," meaning they didn't find him. So it's alleged then, in April of 2023, that Kassouf was part of a pot in PLO, or presumably he went all in. And then when he lost, he just picked up his chips and walked away instead of paying the pot. I think it's probably true. He denied it to Poker News, but I think it's probably true. And, of course, the guy who would steal $100 chips from his friends and claim it was a mistake or whatever, people don't change like that. A guy who's going to steal from his friends is also the same guy who would pick up his chips and walk away when he loses the PLO pot without paying the pot. So, as you can imagine, Will Kassouf didn't exactly have the best reputation. People were going to root for him if he were to return to the poker scene and play tournaments again. So he ran very deep in this main, of course, as I just stated. And people were not happy to see it. This was not a heartwarming story that the guy who was accused, probably very credibly, of stealing twice was now running deep in the main. But it was worse than just that. It wasn't just that a bad guy was winning, because that happens all the time. There's plenty of bad guys in poker. There's plenty of dishonest people, thieves, scammers, whatever, that happen to run deep sometimes. That by itself isn't that interesting. Kassouf was worse than ever regarding his table talk, to where it bridged the gap from table talk to just unnecessary stalling and disrupting the event. The problem was the WSOP and Poker Go enjoyed the entertainment factor he brought because some of the audience liked him. Some of the audience felt that he made the event more interesting. They liked the table talk. They liked the reaction people were having to him. They liked that he was frustrating the other players with what he was doing. And to some people, it was more interesting to watch this than just watch quiet guys in hoodies playing against each other and trying to use their best GTO strategy. That's boring. It's more interesting to watch a character do his thing, even if he's kind of a jerk and kind of annoying. So for that reason, Poker Go felt like this is going to increase their ratings. And the WSOP liked this as well, that it was a story making people pay attention to the event. So they let him get away with a lot before really clamping down on him. And then, when there was enough of a backlash about it, they overcorrected. So the whole thing was handled very poorly by the WSOP. And I'm going to play you some parts of this montage that Poker News put together. They did a good job putting together a montage of Will Kassouf. And you'll get an idea of what it's like. And by the way, as I play this, don't picture yourself watching this on Poker Go. Picture yourself at the table as one of his opponents, and picture that this is going on constantly, not just once in a while in a big hand, but picture that a guy is constantly talking like this and stalling like this, and picture how you would feel if you were one of his opponents at the main event. Let's take a listen.
Poker's a very simple game. If you have it, I don't have it. If I have it, you don't have it. Very simple. If you don't have it, I have it. If you have it and I have it, this is what they call a cooler. But this time I have it. Are you filming this or just a photo? Filming? Look at this sick river card. Kills all the action. I know I was winning on the flop, on the turn. Now to turn my hands to a bluff, and you're going to put it on the vlog. Are you Poker News or WSOP? It makes a difference. Poker News. The whole world watches Poker News, man. Some people call me the Donald Trump of poker, you know? I'm controversial, polarizing, and chaotic, but I speak my mind and I get shit done. That's the bottom line. That's what counts, right? You got it. You got it.
Now, you may think these are all different hands. No, this is the same hand. Everything you're hearing here is different things he's been saying in the same hand, but sped up to where the pauses in between are cut, because this is a montage. So this hand took a very long time, and he's just going on and on and on and on with all this talking. And this is like every hand he's involved with. This wasn't just one particular hand where he was very talkative. So let's listen to some more.
In the words of Will Kassouf, you got it, you got it. Whatever that is, let the dealer count. Nuts.
So after all that, he rivered the nuts with a backdoor flush.
Thank you. You got it, you got it. It's cooler. Nuts or nothing. Only nuts or nothing on day 3. Absolute coconuts. You can't make it up. Nut.
So he's saying this after he won now. Now this isn't even a point to still do. It's one thing if he's trying to get the guy to call with all this talking. But here the guy called, and Kassouf won a big pot with his backdoor flush that he'd been betting the whole way. He bet the flop with nothing, bet the turn, bet the river, and happened to back into the nut flush with king-queen suited. So, okay, got lucky there. Got the guy to call with all that talking, all that bullshit. So, okay, stack your chips quietly. Can you imagine after this guy loses to a backdoor flush after all this talking that he's still mocking him? So it's always the nuts or nothing. Nut. It's like the coconuts. Like, who wants to hear this shit when you've just lost a big pot to a bad beat? Just stack your chips and shut up at that point. You've accomplished what you're trying to accomplish.
Game me with the nuts, with resources, monkey nuts, a river, the absolute coconuts. You can't make counts. Nuts, monkey nuts, coconuts. No. There we go. But I like money. These guys don't realize I like money. I pretend I don't like money. Fair psychology, right? I'm not good enough to hold this hand.
It's a different hand now. He says, I'm not good enough to fold this hand.
I don't think anyone in this table is good enough to fold this hand. You got it, it's a cooler. Not even joking. You like money, you should fold. You don't like money, you should raise.
Raise, players all in.
It's pretty much 9 bigs. Call it 9 bigs, round it up. 9 bigs high like the boss. I think this is the one. I don't think I'll fold this hand.
4 o'clock, 6:30.
So they're calling a clock on him. Now, this became very common. I'll get into the whole clock thing shortly, but people started calling the clock on him constantly, which for those of you that don't know means that the floor man comes over and gives him 30 seconds to act before killing his hand if he doesn't act, because just every hand he was taking so long. So this one, someone put him all in, and then he's deciding what to do. Again, there's no point to do all this talking because it can't affect any action. The action's done. It's against one player who's all in. So it's either you call or you fold. There's no other action, and nothing you say matters at this point. But he's still talking up a storm.
36.
I got 7 bigs like a boss. It's not been that long, Marshall. He's shoved all in. It's a different situation. And I've got a big hand to call off a whole stack.
A lot of big hands.
I've got a big hand. Well, in the words of Will Kassouf, if you got it, you got it. I'm on it.
Or less.
Let's check. Ace king. Right, one time or two times? Pocket nines against ace king. One time or two times? Once, I'll get there. Any bricks about? Keep it low, please, dealer. Hey.
Now, what's this one time or two times? You can't choose to run it twice in the World Series of Poker. What's this, one time or two times? It's always one time. So it's nines against ace king here.
Low.
He's got the nines.
Oh, that'll do. Yeah, 9-8-4 flop, top set, coconuts. Top set, full house,
the
drawing
coconuts
dead, drawing
again.
dead. Send me the money. Send me the money. Put a stamp on that, and send it. Put a stamp on that, send it this way. Now we've got a game. I'm coming for all of you. I'm coming for every single one of you. I'm fearless, ruthless, and relentless. I will not stop until I get what I want.
Now, he does this the whole time. Imagine having this player at your table. This is not just a guy who's happy he doubled up when he was down to 7 big blinds. You see that all the time, where someone is down to very little, and then they win an all-in and they celebrate. Okay. But this is him just talking the entire time, and now he's telling everyone he's coming to get them. He's going to come after all of them, coming after them like at the table, not like he's going to hurt them. But he says, I will not stop until I get what I want. That's true. That is true. Let's listen to some more.
I will not rest until I've won. You have been won. You have been won. This is it. This is your final warning. I'm coming for all of you now. Every single one of you. You're all going to get it. Every hand. Every single hand, you're going to get it. Call the clock. Floor, floor, clock, clock, floor, floor, clock, clock. Like echo, like parrots. You're right. You made it. God bless America. All right.
Not everybody's like you. Everybody else respects the game. You make games, but no, you don't.
So this is where he's having an issue with the floor man. So let me get to what was going on here. He was constantly stalling. Every hand took an eternity. And just generally obnoxious. And people were complaining because it's not fair to their table that every hand takes so long and all the other tables are moving at a decent pace. So he's completely changing the game for his table only. And people are saying, look, it's not like you're in a big spot and have to think, or a big hand and you try to talk your opponent into calling or folding. This is every hand you're involved with. You may take an eternity. And you talk and just annoy everyone to death and slow down the game immensely. So people started calling the floor, they started calling a clock on him every time. And at one point, the floor made a decision that they're going to reduce his clock to 10 seconds instead of 30. So if they come over, if someone calls a clock, then he has 10 seconds to act. And he didn't like that. He complained that this is favoritism or anti-favoritism, I guess, against him. That everybody else gets 30, he gets 10. And he wasn't getting it. That when you are a constant problem, then yes, you will get treated differently than everybody else. If you're abusing the rules, if you're abusing the tournament, then yes, they will have to make special ways to deal with you that do not apply to everybody else. It's not like they're treating him differently because he's not from this country, or because they don't like the way he looks, or because of any other factor about him to where he wouldn't deserve it. When someone is constantly making a pain in the ass of themselves on purpose, then they don't deserve to be treated with respect. Then they do deserve lesser respect from the floor, and they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt. So anyway, here's one of his many arguments with the floor, where every time they put something on him, whether it's a penalty or a restriction or the lesser clock, then he believes he's being persecuted.
Games with 50 less hands than other tables because of your ridiculous antics.
So that's what the floor manager said. You made it to where there's 50 less, meaning 50 fewer hands because of your ridiculous antics. You're not respecting the game, they're telling him.
Echoing this. Block, 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 block.
This is a different scene where he's mocking everyone for calling the floor and clock on him.
You know, like a sheep. Meh, meh, clack, clack. What's wrong with you, man? Pathetic. Like being at primary school. A lot of you are pathetic. It's embarrassing. I have many friends. Yeah, you can't even spell friends.
Relax, man. You're shaking.
No, I'm not shaking. It's cold here. It's aircon. I'm definitely not shaking because I'm nervous. You should be shaking. You should be shaking because you should be shitting your pants now that I doubled up. Because I don't know why you're laughing. You've been doubling me up again. People who hate me want me to win the main event because how I've been treated. There? Do you understand now?
I mean, it's always nice when I win.
It's not even been that long, and I've got a handle.
He's trying to say that people who hate him still want him to win the main event, even though they hate him because they're so outraged at how he's been treated. No. The only people who wanted him to win were ones who were enjoying watching his antics because they found it entertaining. I'm talking about people watching it on Poker Go. The other players did not want him to win, and anyone who has played with him before or has played with people like him before did not want him to win. Because it's brutal, it's awful. It's not fair to the other players, because if you had 9 Will Kassoufs at the table, it would be pandemonium. They'd get in like 2 hands per hour. So you can't have one guy changing the way the event operates, even if it's just one table. It's one thing if one guy has a play style people can't deal with, but if he is stalling and making it unpleasant for everybody there from his just actions, not from his play, then they need to put a stop to it. They need to make a fair and equitable and reasonable playing environment at something like the World Series of Poker main event, or any event there. There should not be one person who can disrupt the event. And if there is, then it should be the floor or management's responsibility to put an end to it. And that's where they can start using the penalties. See, the problem was they let him get away with this because it was getting attention. And then once there was enough backlash, the floor is like, okay, first of all, we're tired of being called over here constantly. It's a pain in our ass. But second, we've got to show that we're not tolerating this. We've got to show that you can't just do this and get away with it constantly. So they started overcorrecting by sometimes appearing too harsh or too rude with him. But I didn't feel bad for him. In fact, I felt that they didn't do enough. And if I didn't feel that they did enough, why would I say they were overcorrecting? Well, the problem is you can't let someone abuse the system, abuse the tournament, abuse the time, and do very little about it, and then suddenly clamp down and be very rude and condescending to the person as if a switch just flipped on. Now, I didn't mind seeing it, but it looks bad. It looks like the floor men are jerks. It looks like the World Series of Poker management is power hungry. And I understood where they were coming from. They were like, okay, we've got to do something about this, and this guy's abusing what we're letting him do, and we have to put a stop to it, so now we really have to come down hard on him. And that's fine. It just looks bad is the problem. It makes them look like that they are letting their power go to their heads. And the way you put a stop to this is you just don't let it happen in the first place. There are already rules on the books that prevent these type of disruptions. All they have to do is go to him and say, look, you are disrupting the tournament. You're taking forever in each hand. You're talking too much. You're making the experience unpleasant for everybody here. We're not going to allow this. You can play whatever style you like, but you cannot do what you're doing. You can't take this long each hand. You can't bother the other players so much. You can't taunt the other players so much. It's unsportsmanlike, and it's taking forever, and people are hardly getting any hands in when it's important for all the tables to get roughly the same number of hands in at the same time. So here's your options, Will. Either shape up and start playing like everybody else in terms of the way that you act and the way that how long you're taking per hand, or we're going to start penalizing you. So if you keep stalling on purpose in every hand that you enter, then we're going to start penalizing you every time. And eventually we're going to disqualify you. That'll put an end to it. And he can bitch about it all he wants. Most people in poker would have backed this. Most people in poker, I'm not talking about the people watching and just want to see something controversial or entertaining on Poker Go. I'm saying that most of the community, most of the respected voices of the community would say, good, this is what we want to see. We want to see disruptive players told to shut up. Told that they're no one special. They're not going to get away with things others can't. They're not going to be able to do things that if everybody did it, it would be a disaster. That basically they're going to make it fair for everybody. They're not going to let one guy ruin the experience for the whole table. And if they say that, and if they say, look, if you don't listen to us and keep doing it, you're going to be out of here. You're going to be disqualified. We're giving you your warning now, then a penalty, then a bigger penalty, then disqualification. So it's up to you. If you want to stop, then you won't get disqualified. You won't get penalized. And if you don't stop, then you're going to seal your own fate. So go ahead. Do it. See what happens. That's what I would say. I would say, look at everybody else's pace of play. That's what we expect of you. Look at how often the clock is called on you for stalling versus everybody else in the room, and you'll see what our issue is. So this is your warning, and you're going to be gone real fast if you don't shape up and stop trying to create a disruption. Stop making this all about you. Had they done that at the beginning, this wouldn't have gotten to this point. Let's keep listening.
Haters gonna hate. They see me rolling. They hate him. You have no idea. You're clueless.
I do your friend react.
You're trying to be funny. You're trying to be funny. You weren't even there. You have no idea. I don't think I'm folding this hand. You wanna come get me? You can come double me up. That's how much I have. If you raise, this is how much it potentially costs you. I'm not saying it will. Potentially.
Raise players all in. 5, 4, 3, 2.
That's the clock counting down.
0.
I'll fold. Oh, this is going to be one for the cameras. This is going to be a silly pop. Look at this silly river card. Offsuit 3 when there's 2 clubs, 2 spades. Offsuit 3 is the money card.
The board's ace, jack,
Can't
2,
be the
4,
money
3.
card, surely, right, you two? They helped you, the 3? I think it helped me. Maybe. I'll look at both cards now. Let me look at both. I've been looking at one the whole time. Oop, there it is. Oh, what are the chances? What are the chances? That was lucky, wasn't it? You let me get that. You let me get. You're winning pre-flop, on the flop, on the turn, on the river. I win. Roll reversal. For me, it's been like that for me. For the last few years, I had the best hand pre-flop on the flop, on the turn, and river. Get done. You let me get that. You let me get that. Now I'm going to have to make it look like a bluff, and then you pay me off, and I'll show you the best hand. They put it on the blog, nothing to see it next hand, right? Okay, let's see how much is in there. That's in the words of Will Kassouf. If you got it, you got it. Oh, there it is. Done it now. Oh, there it is. Let me get that. That's a money card. That's a money card. I was going to bluff with 8 high like a boss. As it happens, I get there. I got the wheel.
You're not in
Got
the
straight.
tournament or you don't
Yes,
have a
straight.
meeting?
Definitely straight. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5. I did maths at school. Ace 2, 3, 4. If you got it, you got it. The words of Will Kassouf. You got it, right? You got it, buddy. You got me. You got me, buddy. This will be a sick one. This is one for the cameras. If I call here and I have the best hand. Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, jack of diamonds, you bet. Why would you check? Nuts or nothing, huh? I put you on ace, queen, ace, jack. Just see your hand. Ace, queen, right? Pair of threes, like a boss. Have to think about it, huh? Try to test me. Thank you. Ace, queen, I said ace, queen. Ace, queen of diamonds, you win. Ace, queen, offsuit, I win. Very simple, right? If you got it, you got it.
Here's one of his arguments with the floor man that was got some attention. Listen to this one.
This is hand, all right? They're calling. They're saying you can call the floor.
1 round penalty starts now.
What's the rule? Why is that? Well, that's how you.
So the floor man is saying, I heard you calling him a prick. I'm not sure they're referring to, and he says, well, that's how you play the game. Then you see Jack Effel walking over.
This is over. This is over.
This is over, Jack is saying.
You're going to get disqualified.
So Jack had enough. So Jack came in and interrupted the argument with the floor man and said, you talk too much. This is it. You're about to get disqualified. You talk too much. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any complaints. So Jack just kind of like, I don't care what you say, William. You're going to just sit down and be quiet, or we're going to disqualify you. That's it.
Take your penalty, keep your mouth shut, and you can go back to play.
So Effel took some heat over this. Take your penalty, keep your mouth shut. And people thought he was being condescending. He was letting the power go to his head, that he's the director of the World Series. And that he's just being very disrespectful. I don't agree. And I'm someone who doesn't always agree with Jack Effel. I've had my issues with him sometimes. I've even been blocked by him on Twitter in the past. So he's not my best buddy, but I will tell you that he's right here. This should have been done a long time before it was done. I would have been happy to see this conversation much earlier in the main event. So he's basically saying, it's like Kassouf, I don't want to hear your excuses or why this is unfair or why you're being persecuted or why this is okay or why people are not treating you fairly. No, shut up, play normally, stop stalling, stop talking too much, or I'm just going to get rid of you. We're very deep here. We're not going to have the event ruined further by what you're doing. That's basically what he's saying.
Give her one hand or free hand. I'm asking you that.
I'm not gonna-
Why not one or three? As what? Why instant one round?
Nothing you're going to say, I'm going to listen
No, I'm
to.
trying to explain myself.
Nobody wants to listen to you. You've already talked
You're
too
the film
much.
director. I want
This is after he got a penalty, by the way.
to speak to you, please. If you walk away, I'm trying to be reasonable. That's all. I'm trying to explain
There's no
myself.
reasonable with you.
I'm trying to explain myself. That's all. Respected other people, please.
I think how Jack said there's no reasonable with you. That's totally correct. There is no reasonable with him. Whenever you try to be fair with him and whenever you try to reason with him, then he just takes advantage of it.
Me. If they disrespect me, I disrespect them. Equal treatment. It's fair. I'm a fair guy.
He's walking through the hallway during the penalty talking about if you disrespect me, I disrespect you, it's fair.
I'm saying how it is. I'm saying my case. They can't handle me, they can't handle the truth, and now I'm being escorted off the premises. Look at this. Look at this. I've got a whole crowd.
Okay, so this is after he busted. He was banned after busting. So he was not disqualified. He did bust normally. But once he busted, they escorted him away, and he was banned from the World Series. Now, I don't believe he was banned from all Caesars properties. Remember, Caesars doesn't own the World Series, but I believe he was banned from the World Series itself, and they escorted him away from the World Series because he's not allowed on the premises of the World Series either.
I'm being escorted off the premises after busting main event. At least I've got security to cash out my $300,000 tax-free. Tax-free. I'm giving cash. $300,000 tax-free from the UK. Unlike the Americans. They get fucked by Uncle Sam. 30% tax, 30% federal tax, 5% state tax. When they go to the cashier, Uncle Sam taps on the shoulder. Thank you very much. That's well to win it.
Now he's bashing America for the taxes. So, yeah, that's the way it was left, that he was banned from the World Series. And then he went over to the Venetian not too long after that and played a tournament there. And there was some confusion. At first, it was believed he was banned from there, but then he actually wasn't, and he was able to play. But look, there was already some controversy earlier in the series involving another European player, Martin Cabral. But Martin Cabral is not as bad as Will Kassouf regarding the disruptions. Now, there's some similarities. They're both European. They both like to talk a lot. They both like to stall. There's some questionable things about them and the way they go about what they're doing as to whether all of this is ethical and whether they're shooting some angles here. And both of them annoy people, and both of them are entertaining for people to watch to some degree in limited doses, but then very, very frustrating to play with. Frustrating like you just want to tear your hair out because of all the stalling and the talking. But the difference is that Martin Cabral doesn't get confrontational with the floor if they tell him to stop. He doesn't act like he's a victim. So he knows when to tone it down and leave things alone. And he doesn't mock people really like Kassouf does when he wins pots. So they both do a lot of talking during the hand, and they both slow things down, and they both stall. And that's bad. That's not good in either case here. But Kassouf takes it to a whole level above that, to where it's like far more obnoxious. But truthfully, neither of them should be allowed to do what they do. The way the World Series should approach everything is that anything one player is doing, if they look and think, okay, what would it be like if every player at the table does this? And if the answer is it would be a nightmare, then you don't let the player do it. That should be the test they put it through. Can everyone do this? And if they wouldn't want everyone doing this, if everyone doing it would be a fiasco, if it would ruin the event, then you can't let one person do it. Because everybody needs to be equal. You cannot let people disrupt. You cannot let people stall. You cannot let people affect the pace of play. You cannot let people make the event unpleasant for those at the table. And that's really what both of them do. It's just Kassouf is much worse and much more disrespectful. Some people believe that Kassouf has psychological issues and maybe issues with authority, and that's why he took it so far, that he just doesn't know when to quit. He has no self-control. And I think there is something to that. It's one thing to do all this table talking, confuse people, and even kind of try to tilt them. But when you can't tone it down or turn it off to the point where you get kicked out and you almost get disqualified while still in the event, then that's probably an issue with your personality. It's no longer just strategy. So anyone who says, oh, we need more Kassoufs, we don't want these robots sitting at the table not talking and playing GTO and it's so boring. Well, yeah, it's boring to watch, but this is not a spectator sport. This is a competition, an individual competition, where each person's trying to win, and each person has to play under a set of rules that is set in order to make the tournament a fair and pleasant place to play. And anyone who interferes with that needs to be dealt with. So the World Series just shouldn't tolerate this sort of thing. A long time ago, like in the 2000s, they were too aggressive with penalties. I got a terrible penalty on day 6 of the main event in 2010 when I accidentally exposed my cards because I believed the hand was over. They had a bunch of busy stuff on the felt, so it was hard to see what chips were being bet, all these ads and stuff. So someone raised under the gun, and then someone called, and I didn't see the person calling. I only saw the original raiser. So it got to me on my big blind, and I had like 8-5 offsuit. So I just turned it over to kind of show like, hey, I'm folding a trash hand to your under the gun raise. I'll sometimes do this for strategic reasons, by the way, because this helps not give the impression that I'm too easy to steal from. So when I do that, I'm kind of showing, hey, I'm folding because this is my hand, not because I'm afraid of you or I'm too tight. So that's often why I do it, to kind of project that I'm just folding trash. And I didn't realize there was a second person in the hand. So it was a mistake. It was the first time I had done that. And they gave me a 20-minute penalty on day 6 when I was short-stacked. Horrible. And everyone agreed it was an accident. But they said, well, you exposed your cards. That's the penalty. No warning, just instant 20-minute penalty. Same thing happened to Theo Tran, by the way, at the same time. Like it was a coincidence at another table. He did something very similar where he exposed his cards because he thought the hand was over and it wasn't. And they gave him a 20-minute penalty. So it was awful. That was the type of stuff they penalized you for back then. And people would get penalties for saying the word fuck at the table in the 2000s. That was against the rules. Even if it was just like, oh, fucking river or fuck my luck or things like that. They'll actually penalize you like you're in church. It's not like you're being penalized for threatening other players or screaming at other players. This is for saying the word fuck about anything. This is not the case anymore, but this is what they did in the 2000s. You get 20-minute penalties for that shit. And then you have Will Kassouf in 2025 who is disrupting the table time and time and time again and stalling and not getting penalized. So we've come way too far the other direction where it's way too permissive. So I say, good for Jack Effel, good for the floormen. I don't care how disrespectfully they talked to him. That's what he deserved at that point. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he was being disrespectful to the other players in the tournament itself. So at that point, he does not deserve respectful treatment back from the floor. All right, so at this point of the show, I'm going to play what I had recorded last month about the tax situation. Again, this is a month old. Then we're going to go back to the live show. This was never posted in the archives yet, so this is new to most of you. Here we go. This was recorded on July 5th. This is a special episode. It's going to be a short episode, but it's a special episode about a very big topic that just began a few days ago. And it's something that has caused a lot of controversy And I'll be honest, my takes on the issue are controversial. So you're not going to hear on this show what you are hearing and reading elsewhere online about this particular topic. And the topic I'm talking about is the new gambling tax that is part of the One Big Beautiful Bill that was recently passed. So it's presumably going to become law as is. There's some chances that it can be amended or other things could happen that would prevent it from actually becoming law. And it's something you don't have to worry about until 2026. But it's a pretty big story to the gambling community. And I feel I have to cover this right now because people are very confused about this. And I want to clear things up. I want to clear up the facts, and then I want to give you my opinion as to how big of a deal this really is. And also what you can expect if you are a gambler, which you probably are if you listen to this show. If you are a gambler, what you can expect, and that includes if you're a professional gambler or a recreational gambler. I'll tell you what you can expect in my opinion. Now, before I begin, I want to clear something up. I want you to understand something. I am not giving you any kind of tax advice. I'm not qualified to do that. I'm not a tax professional. So anything I say on here, don't take it to heart like you're counting on me to send you the right direction. Because that's not what I'm doing here. This is not a tax advice show. And I'm not a tax professional. And I never will be. So keep that in mind. I'm just an idiot with a podcast. So that is the truth here. I'm just giving my opinion. I've spent time analyzing this and discussing this and thinking about this, but I'm not a professional in this field. That's first of all. Second, I am not telling or advocating anyone to cheat on their taxes. That's not what I'm going to be telling you, and that's not the point of this show. But at the same time, we're going to be realistic about what people in the gambling community do. Because this show is about reality. This show is about the way things really are, not the way we like things to be or the way that things should be. It's about the way things are. And you guys know that. You guys know I tell it like it is. You know that I don't just default to the popular position. And here I don't have the popular position. But I'm going to tell you how I feel about it. And then maybe you'll agree with me, maybe you won't. Regardless, I just want to get all of this out there so maybe you can understand it better and maybe you can hear it from a different perspective than a lot of the sky is falling perspective that you're getting online. So let's get right into it. As I said, this is not going to be a long show. This is going to be a short show and only about this topic, but it's something important. So this really came out of nowhere. The One Big Beautiful Bill, which has really been kicking around for some time since Donald Trump took office in January. This has been his signature legislation in his second term, at least so far. This has been what he's been trying to get through. There's been a lot of controversy about it. A lot of people on the left, a lot of Democrats hate it, as you'd expect. And on the right, even there's a number of people who don't like it for one reason or another. So there was not a lot of support for this, either from a popular standpoint or even from a political standpoint. And that's why it took a while to get through, because in order to vote for it, a lot of senators and congressmen have to get whatever they're hoping for in order to say, okay, sure, I'll support it even though I don't love it. And that's just the political process. This happens on both sides. That's just the American political process. We won't go into a discussion about that. But anyway, a very weird and unexpected thing was found on July 1st that really threw the gambling community for a loop. And when I say unexpected, I mean completely unexpected. No one had any idea about this until July 1st. And it ended up being something that is pretty big and pretty controversial to gamblers. To the general public, it really isn't, but to gamblers it is. And it was just in the bill for no apparent reason. We don't know who put it in. We don't know why it was put in. We don't even understand the logic or thinking behind it or who really gains from it. Like, why was this even there? Sometimes you'll see weird things put into these giant bills and you'll understand, oh, okay, so I guess this congressman from this district was demanding this and they put it in to get his vote. We don't even understand why this was there at all. But that's not really important. It is in there and the bill has passed. So now we have to discuss what it's going to do and how much we should be worried about it as gamblers. And again, this is not going to be a panic piece. This is not going to be me telling you that the gambling community is finished, that the professional gambling community is done, that this is the worst thing this has ever happened to our community. I'm not going to say that. There's people on X saying that. There's people on Facebook saying that. There's people on YouTube saying that. I'm not saying that. But at the same time, I'm not supporting this. I don't agree with it. I wish it was not in the bill. I don't like it. I don't like it any more than the people who are panicking on social media about it. So you have to understand that too. This is not a defense of this law. This is not even a defense of the bill. I'm not defending anything. I think it's crappy. But I want to explain what it really is and what it really isn't, because that is what's important to know. As part of the bill, there was a new provision that was introduced regarding deductions one can take from gambling wins where gambling losses are concerned. So the way professional gamblers file taxes is they have wins and they have losses. And you are allowed in any tax year to deduct the losses from the wins. So whenever you win, you can expect to pay taxes on it. But if in the same year you lose some of that money back, then you can deduct it right off. And then you only end up paying taxes on whatever's left, whatever your actual winnings were for the year. That's basically the way it works. There's more complexity than that, but that's basically the way it works. A lot of this is self-reported. Some of it isn't, but some of it is. So if you go play a cash game of poker, there's nobody watching how much you've won and how much you lost. You know, maybe you don't, but most people know what they've won or lost in a particular cash session, but nobody official knows about it. The casino doesn't know, the government doesn't know. Really, it's something that there's no record, there's no paper trail. So it's up to you to report it accurately to the IRS. The law says you have to do that. If you don't report it accurately, you are breaking the law. But at the same time, there's no one watching you. It's just something you're supposed to do. Same goes for offshore gambling. Just because you gamble on a site that is located offshore, like BetOnline, that does not mean that you don't owe taxes on what you win. You do. However, those sites do not report anything to the IRS, nor do they care if the IRS makes any demands of them. So your information will presumably remain private there, but at the same time, you are expected to report any wins from there and treat it as regular gambling wins or losses for that year. Also, let's say you gamble in a casino, but without a card. So there's no tracking in place. You just sit down at a blackjack table with no card. You may win, you may lose, but there's no record of whether you won or lost, unless they know who you are and connect you to the card somehow. But aside from that, let's say you walk into a casino where nobody knows you, and you just play, and you don't need a card to play. So let's say you do that. Well, again, you're expected to report any winnings that came from that, but it is self-reported. So the IRS basically has to take your word for it. And then, of course, they can audit you and question you if they don't believe it. There's streams of gambling income that come in that are reported directly to the IRS, such as poker tournament winnings, such as any cash out that exceeds $10,000, and you fill out a currency transaction report at the demand of the casino, or any jackpot you hit that's $1,200 or more in a machine. So those things are reportable. and the IRS does know about them and is expecting to see some sort of accountability for that money. Either, yes, I made this money and I'm paying tax on it, or no, I lost it back, so I'm not paying tax on it. But you can't just pretend it doesn't exist. If you try to file and pretend it does not exist, you will get a letter from the IRS saying, okay, hey, we got these W-2G forms, and what about that money? Like, what happened to it? Why are you not declaring it? And then you've got to go back and amend your return and explain it. Or just send them what they're demanding you owe if you do not amend your return. And there's a penalty too. So that's how gambling taxes have worked for many years. That's a very simple explanation for it. It's a lot more complex than that. And there's a lot of questions that have always been surrounding the way gambling income works from a tax standpoint. And that's very important to know. That's very, very important to know, because there's a lot of people on X, a lot of people on YouTube and Facebook who believe that this new law, which I'm about to describe, I haven't told you what it is yet, but I'm about to describe it. They think this is the big wrench thrown into the taxation of gamblers. They think, oh, this is the problem. This is the big thing we have to be concerned with. This changes everything. No, it really doesn't, because there's always been a lot of gray areas and ambiguity when it comes to filing as a professional gambler. And no one has really tried to fix this because there are not that many people filing as a professional gambler. So it's just kind of been overlooked for many years. So this is just one of many complications that professional gamblers deal with. Now, we're not going to have a huge discussion about professional gamblers and their taxes, or at least prior to this recent change. But it's important to know this. It's important to know that this is really one of many complexities. This is just something new. But a lot of people are treating it like it's the only complexity, and it's not. So what changed? Well, I mentioned how you can deduct losses from wins. You can only do that if you either itemize your taxes or if you file as a professional gambler. It has to be one of those two. If you file as Schedule C as a professional gambler, then you can subtract losses from wins. Or if you itemize your taxes, you can do that too. If you gamble enough and get enough W-2G forms where you basically have to account for all of that, then even if it otherwise wouldn't be advantageous for you to file itemizing, then you should itemize, because otherwise you'll be expected to pay taxes on all the W-2G forms that claim you're winning, even if you lost for the year, even if you lost big for the year. But anyway, again, we're not going to go into that whole discussion about how you should file related to your gambling. That's a different discussion for a different time. This new law made it to where whatever losses you would normally deduct from your wins, now before deducting them, you have to multiply the losses by 0.9. What do I mean by that? Well, basically, you can only subtract 90% as much as you lost from your wins. Now, let me stop right here, because there's been a lot of confusion right there. There's been a ton of confusion. There's been people who've been very arrogant and nasty to me on X. Call me moron and idiot and retard and a lot of other names, because I describe it the way it actually is, and they believe it's a different way, and they think I'm the stupid one. So what a lot of people believe is that you could only deduct up to 90% of your winnings. That no matter how much you've lost, it gets capped at 90% of your winnings. So let's say your winnings were, for the year, if you add them all together, your winnings for the year were
$1 million.
But then let's say you also had losses of
$1 million.
Well, that would mean you broke even, right? You won $1 million, you lost $1 million, and your total wins and losses for the year would be
0.0.
Right? That's the way it used to be. But thanks to this new law, that's not true anymore, because you cannot subtract the full $1 million that you had lost. you can only subtract 90% of it. Now, that part's true. However, what some people believe is that no matter how much you lost, you can only subtract up to 90% of what you won. So let's say you won $1 million and you lost $10 million. These dummies believed that the law said that you could still only subtract $900,000. So even though you're down $9 million for the year, you won $1 million, you lost $10 million, that you still could only subtract $900,000 because that's 90% of the million you won. So you'd still have to pay taxes on $100,000 of the winnings despite being down $9 million. People really believed this. They really believed it was impossible to gamble without having to pay taxes to the government no matter how much you lose, unless you actually won zero. But if you even have one winning session, then you're going to have to pay taxes to the government even if you lost a fortune, they believe. So of course they're panicking, because that would be insane. That would end gambling as we know it. Now, can you imagine? Can you imagine that you always had to pay on whatever winnings you had, no matter how much you lost back, even if you lost back 10 times or 100 times of your winnings, that you could only subtract 90% of your winnings and then the other 10% you'd have to pay in taxes? That'd be insane. Absolutely insane. It would not work. But that's not the way it is. I've had people fight with me telling me it's the way it is, but that's not the way it is. And if you look carefully, if you read the bill carefully, and even if you read the analysis from respected accountants who have been discussing this on X and elsewhere, you'll see that I'm correct. So the way to think of it is, before you subtract the losses from your wins, take the losses and multiply them by 0.9. So as I said, in my example with $1 million, you win $1 million, you lost $1 million. Before you subtract that million, you multiply it by 0.9, which becomes 900,000. So you subtract that, you're left with 100,000. And in this scenario, you would have to pay taxes on $100,000 worth of income, even though you ended up breaking even. And of course, that's very disturbing, and that's very bad. And I agree. I'm not going to claim that I think that's fair or right or makes any sense, because it doesn't. It's terrible. It's stupid. I don't know why it's in the bill. I don't know who put it in the bill. I don't know who thought that's a good idea. It is dumb. I hate it. Okay? So people have been biting my head off. They think I'm defending this. I'm not defending it. I'll tell you right here. It's stupid. It's arbitrary. It doesn't make any sense. It's unfair. All of that. Okay? So we all agree on that. But before we even go on, you must understand that there is no cap. No cap at all on the losses that you can take against your wins. So let's say you win $1 million and you lose $1.3 million. How much will you owe in taxes?
0.0.
Let's say you win $1 million and lose $1.12 million. How much will you owe in taxes?
0.0.
Why? Because if you take the losses and multiply them by 0.9, they still exceed $1 million. So $1 million minus $1 million or more for tax purposes is 0. So that means your gambling income is 0 and you don't pay any taxes. Okay? So until you understand that, then you cannot really analyze this tax law and the impact it's going to have. If you believe it's anything other than that, whatever analysis you come to is going to be incorrect. And anyone who's whining about it on social media, if they think it's like this, then whatever analysis they're going to come up with is incorrect. So a lot of the people, including some people who are otherwise intelligent, who've been saying it's this way where you just have a cap once it gets to 90% of your wins, if they say anything about a cap, you know that they don't know what they're talking about. There is no cap in this law. Seriously, there is absolutely no cap in this law. Your losses can be whatever they are, just got to reduce them by 10%. That's basically what it is. So yes, you can end up paying no taxes if you lost for the year. In fact, that will be the case for most gamblers, because most gamblers end up losing more than 11.11% over what they won. That's just true. So once they get there, then they will not owe any taxes according to this law. And that really covers most gamblers. I know a lot of gamblers like to claim they win or they break even. No. Most of them lose, and most of them pretty clearly lose. And you may say, well, wait a minute. I know someone who just plays video poker all the time, and he doesn't play anything positive expectation, but he plays machines that are like 98% payback to the player on average. So that would only be 2%, right? What's this 11.11 crap? Well, 11.11 is what it becomes if you do the reverse of that 90% reduction. It's not 10%, it's actually 11.11%. But the thing is, a 98% return on video poker, first of all, it's not exactly 98% because there's tons of variance, but even if it ends up exactly what the return of the machine is said to be for you, it's compounded. Because let's say you sit down with $1,000 and you play a 98% return machine and you run exactly average, and after playing a bunch of hands, then you're down to $980. You ran exactly average, okay? Well, then you come back the next day, you bring your $980, and then you lose 2% of that, and 2% of that, and 2% of that, the next day, the next day, the next day. Well, eventually you'll be left with zero, and you'll have lost 100%. So, yes, you'll have some documented wins in there because of the variance, but what I'm saying here is it's compounded. If you're playing with a house edge against you, it will compound, and you'll end up losing far more than you win. And that's how casinos stay in business. Because yes, you'll win, then you'll lose, then you'll win, then you'll lose. But the thing is, overall, not only are you going to lose, but you're going to bring back that percentage of the money and play again, and then that'll be chopped off the top. And that'll be chopped off the top again and again and again and again, and you will find yourself with your bankroll gone, or mostly gone. So my point is that most gamblers do lose far above 111% of what they've won. So those people, it just won't affect. Because that's the only change here. The only change in this law compared to existing gambling tax law is this reduction. This reduction where whatever losses you were going to subtract, you have to first multiply by 0.9. So, okay, now that we understand that, let's move on and discuss what impact this is going to have. Because there's people who are claiming that this is the end of professional gambling. This is the end of tournaments. This is the end of high stakes. And of course, they're discussing for next year because this doesn't take effect until January 1st, 2026. This has nothing to do with 2025. But starting 2026, is this really going to be the end of things like high stakes poker or sports betting grinding or poker tournaments? Is this really the end for all that? Are people going to realize that it's just not feasible to do given this new hostile tax law? Well, the answer is no. The answer is you're not going to even notice a difference. It's going to be negligible. And people hate that I say that because it's fun to panic on Twitter. It's fun to post outrage bait. It's fun to agree with outrage bait. It's fun to rail against the government. The government's a very easy target. You know why? Because the government never fights back, at least not on social media. So you can bash the government all day and all night, at least in the U.S. you can. Other countries, they'll sometimes grab you and put you in prison. But in the U.S., you can sit there on X all you want and bash the government all day and all night, and nothing will happen to you as long as you don't make any threats. But if you just voice your displeasure and bash politicians and bash the government and talk about how awful it is, you can sit there all day and all night doing that and nothing will happen to you. And people are not likely to defend the government when it comes to things like this. Because it's different if you're bashing Trump, because Trump has a lot of supporters and fans. But this isn't bashing Trump himself. This is bashing a particular law that is very hostile to all gamblers, and that very few people are going to stand up and say, yeah, that's cool, I like it. In fact, even big Trump supporters, they don't even understand why this is in there. I don't understand why this is in there. So it's really indefensible that this is in there in the first place. So no one's going to take the other side and say, oh, no, this is a good law. No, they did a good thing by passing this. No one's going to say that. So it's very easy to show up on X and say, write your congressman, make sure to have them speak up against this and save the gamblers. And you look like such a hero because you're taking the side of the people, of the gambling people. You're not taking the side of the big, mean, greedy government. You're taking the side of the average man who's going to get screwed on his taxes. So how could you ever take the other side of that? Well, I'm not. But because I'm deviating from the popular panic narrative, there's some people who are angry at me. And they are accusing me of being a Trump ass kisser or a MAGA fanatic, which I'm not, or a retard who doesn't understand it, or many other names they're calling me. And look, again, I just like to tell you the way things really are. I don't want to tell you what you want to hear or what's going to make me popular. I'm going to tell you the way things really are. It's very easy to post outrage bait about laws attacking gamblers. So it's important to look at this deeply. It's important to look at this from all angles and not just react, not just have a knee-jerk reaction, but actually sit and say, wait a minute, what's going to actually happen from this? Not what's the very, very worst case scenario or what theoretically could happen, but what's likely to happen. And whatever theory you come with, you have to support it with the facts and with the data and with past instances and see how they impacted it. And you have to look at how the IRS has been behaving towards gamblers prior to this before you can comment on what's going to happen. You have to look at gamblers' behaviors of what they do when things change that are not in their favor. You have to look at all that before you just declare that this is the end of the gambling community as we know it. And a lot of people are not doing that. And you know, it serves the industry no benefit to incite unnecessary panic by citing those worst case scenarios and unrealistic examples. So with all that said, let me get into what I think is really going to happen and how this is really going to affect people and what you can do about it as an individual gambler if you do not want the situation where you will end up paying taxes if you break even. So first of all, I need to talk about sessions. You have to understand what a session is in gambling before you can even start to analyze the impact this is going to have. If you don't understand what a session is, you cannot analyze this. This is something you must know before you can try to figure out what the impact is of this law. So I'm going to tell you. A session is pretty much what it sounds like. It's a period of time where you are gambling, where you define at the end of that session, at the end of that period of time, whether you won or lost. So it's just basically a period of time that you're gambling, which is going to produce some kind of overall result. But what defines a session time-wise? Is a session 1 hour? Is it one hand? Is it one spin? Is it a day? Is it a week? Could it be the entire year? What is a session? And you may say, oh, that's easy. It's just when you go sit down and gamble, and when you're done gambling, that's the end of the session. You may think that, but it's not that simple. Let me throw a few scenarios at you, and then you'll see why this is not so simple. So let's say you sit down at the blackjack table, and you start gambling. And then you get a phone call from your mom. You see your mom's calling. Now, you can't talk on the phone at the blackjack table. That's against the rules. So you say to the dealer, okay, hang on. I got to take a little break here. I got an important phone call from my mom. And you jump up off the table, and you stand back as far as you have to stand, and you talk to your mom. And your mom doesn't want to let you off the phone. She's got a lot of things that she wants to talk to you about. And yeah, since it's your mom, you can't just say, hey, I got to go. If she's very upset, if she's very concerned, you got to make sure that by the end of the conversation, your mom feels good. So you talk to your mom. It ends up a 2-hour call with your mom. And then you go back, and your chips are still sitting there. You go back, and you continue play. Well, there were 2 hours between hands. Would you say this is one session or two? If you say it was one session, okay, let's say they picked up your chips and held them in safekeeping for you because you were taking too long, and then they put them back for you. Then is it 2 sessions? Then is it one session? What's the answer? Or let's say you're at the blackjack table for 45 minutes, and your buddy sees you and says, hey, I didn't know you're out here. Hey, we're about to go to dinner. You want to join us? Oh, sure. So you then come join them, and you eat dinner for an hour and a half, and then you come back and play blackjack. Is that one session or two? Okay, let's change it a little bit. Let's say you were playing for 5 hours. And let's say your buddy, instead of taking you to an hour and a half dinner, says, hey, I'm going to the food court over there. Come with me. I'd just like to eat with you, talk with you for, as long as it takes us to finish the food. You go get burgers with a guy. The whole thing takes 25 minutes. You come back and you play 5 more hours. So does that 25 minutes in between, that you were eating burgers start up a whole new session? Or is it one 10-hour session? At what point does it become a second session? You might say, well, wait a minute. What if you just leave the casino? Well, okay. Let's say you leave the casino briefly because you want to see someone outside who's stopping at the outside of the casino to talk to you or to give you something. Or let's say you've got to quickly go pick up your wife at the airport. You quickly go do it and come back. So when does the session end? When does a new session begin? This has never been completely answered by the IRS. There have been gamblers who've tried to claim that the entire tax year is one big long session. And that did not go over very well. That did not work. That was not upheld. So the gamblers that attempted to claim that did not get anywhere. And the reason they would claim that is it can be advantageous in certain circumstances to do that. This way, they can explain why they did not report any winnings, for example. So let's say you just left your gambling off of your tax return entirely, and then the IRS comes down on you and said, wait. You got all these W-2G forms. We know you had a lot of gambling winnings. We don't know if you lost it back, but we see you got a lot of W-2Gs. Why didn't you put this on your tax form when you filed your taxes? Why did you ignore this? And some gamblers tried to argue, well, hey, it's one big session. So the entire year was one session for me. I ended up losing, so I didn't have to declare it because I lost money. And it is true, if you were to go gamble for one night, say, let's say you just go on June 30th and no other night of the year, you gamble on June 30th, you lose $1,000, and that's all you're gambling for the year. You don't have to tell the IRS about that because you didn't win any money. Now, if you got a W-2G form, then you do. But let's say they gave you no W-2G form. Let's say you just lost. You didn't hit any jackpots or anything that would produce a form. You're not expected, or you're not required, to tell the IRS, hey, I went to gamble and lost money. Why? Because you lost, you didn't win. And you didn't get any forms indicating you won. So that's basically what those people were doing who are saying the year's one big long session. They're basically saying, hey, I either didn't report my gambling at all, or I very much underreported because to me the whole thing is one big session. I was just looking for my total for the entire year, and that's what I'm reporting. So that was not upheld. The one big session thing was not upheld. And you can understand that. Like a year is not one session. But what is a session? Because remember, it's not just for brick and mortar casinos. It's for online, including offshore. So let's say I open up a site like Bovada, and I sit down at one of the cash tables. I play a little bit, and then the game breaks. And then I just sit there waiting for people to join me. And let's say for whatever reason at the limits I'm sitting, it's just kind of dead that week, so nobody joins me for another 36 hours. I'm sitting the whole time, just nobody's playing with me. Finally, 36 hours later, someone sits with me and we play again. Is that one session or is it two? You may say, well, come on, it's got to be two. It's 36 hours in between. Well, I could say, well, I never left the table. I was sitting at the virtual table all the time. Sitting there the entire 36 hours, just nobody sat with me. There's so many different ways you can look at this of what denotes a session. When does a second session technically start? And there is no actual answer to that. There's been some answers as to what it cannot be, like an entire year, but there's been no answer as to what it can be. It's not completely defined. And gamblers have been struggling with this for decades. Why have they been struggling? Well, that's important to know too, before we get to the impact of this law. If you are supposed to report all of your winnings and all of your losses, now, let's say you're a grinder. Let's say you play every day at middle or high stakes, whether it's poker, whether it's blackjack, whether it's slots or video poker, but you're playing a lot. You're grinding a lot of hours at middle or high stakes. There's going to be a lot of money moving back and forth. So your total wins for the year, even as a middle stakes grinder, could end up like $5 million, sometimes even more. But that doesn't mean you actually won $5 million, because you will have losses that will be very close to it. So think if you sit at a video poker machine. You play one hand, well, you're going to for sure win or lose that hand. Well, I guess you could tie too, but you're going to win, lose, or tie that hand. But after you play a long time, you're going to have a lot of winning hands where you end up getting more credits than you put in. And you're going to have a lot of losing hands where you get nothing and it ends up giving you 0. And it's going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the way the casino makes money is that the odds are in their favor and eventually you get ground down. But the point is, a lot of credits get cycled through that machine. That's why, for example, to earn diamond in a day at Caesars Properties, you are supposed to cycle through $50,000 in video poker in what's called coin-in. And that's if you do it optimally, by the way. That's including their bonus credits. Otherwise, it'd be $150,000. But even using their bonuses, you'd have to cycle in $50,000 worth of credits into a machine. But that doesn't mean you need to bring $50K to the casino, because you're not going to lose every hand. There's no way to lose $50,000 there because you just cannot lose every hand. So what really happens is your video poker session is a mixture of wins and losses, just like your regular poker session will be. You're not going to lose every single hand at a poker table. You're not going to lose every single hand at a blackjack table. You're not going to lose every game you bet on in sports, even though it can feel like it sometimes. So really, your gambling results are a combination of a lot of wins, a lot of losses that kind of approach even, but tend to be on the downside that eventually grind you down. So the point is, you're going to have a lot of wins and a lot of losses in any year if you play any stakes middle or above and you gamble regularly. So a lot of gamblers do not want to file and say, okay, well, I won $11 million this year and I lost back $10.85 million, so I actually made $150,000, so here's my taxes based upon $150,000 income. If you file that way, the IRS may very well look at that and say, wait a minute, he said he won $11 million? Like, we don't see W-2G forms supporting that, but okay, if he's saying it, then we'll believe him. So if he really won $11 million this year, we want to see for sure that he lost almost all of it back. And that makes sense why they'd want to see it if you were to file that way. If you were to state, hey, I made $11 million this year, but I lost almost all of it back. Well, they're going to say, well, hold on a second. That's a lot of money you'd owe us in taxes otherwise, so you got to show us you lost most of it back. And, of course, that's how it works in gambling. You win, you lose, you win, you lose, you trade back and forth. And your overall result is whatever you're up or down. But a lot of money goes in back and forth. So some of the IRS agents don't understand that or don't have a good understanding of it, and it would be a very eye-popping figure to just put in your total wins minus total losses. It would make it look like you won a fortune and then are claiming to have lost a fortune with no paper trail on either side. And that's a sure way to get audited very easily. So for decades, gamblers have been kind of straddling the line in this gray area to where they want to file their taxes fairly or mostly fairly, but when it comes to computing total wins, total losses, they get kind of liberal when it comes to defining a session so the numbers aren't as eye-popping. And you might be saying, wait a minute, so you're saying these people are cheating on their taxes? No, I'm not saying that. You could be filing very accurately as far as your actual amount won, and that is the amount that, prior to July 1st of this year, or at least prior to January 1st of 2026, actually, of what you would be paying on. But it's a matter of how you get there. It's a matter of how eye-popping it would look to the IRS or even the computer that analyzes your tax return that might flag your return to be looked at. And if you claim a very, very large win in the many millions of dollars, they're probably going to want to look closer at you and audit you. So gamblers are kind of trying to figure out a way to honestly or mostly honestly report their wins and losses without making it look like that they're playing at mega high stakes when they're really not. So that's a problem that's been plaguing professional gamblers for a very long time. And if you have filed as a professional gambler, or even if you've itemized because of gambling wins and losses, then you probably know what I'm talking about. So this is a tale as old as time, really, when it comes to taxes and gambling. And this is a new complication, but this isn't a new issue. So the length of a session is very important, and now it's become more important than ever for reasons I will get to very shortly. So, again, when you're filing your taxes, what you're basically doing is you're adding up all of your winning sessions and coming up with a number. and then you're adding up all of your losing sessions and coming up with a number. And in the past, you would just subtract the losing sessions from the winning sessions of that calendar year, and that would be your gambling income. And then you would have to pay taxes on it accordingly. So again, it was sessions. You're not subtracting all wins versus all losses. So I'll give you another example. Let's say you win $100,000 at a poker tournament, and then immediately take that $100,000 they pay you and stroll over to the blackjack table in the same casino and play high-stakes blackjack and lose all $100,000. What would be your income there? What would be your session income? Well, as you might guess, your session income would be
0.0.
So you could fairly state to the IRS, you could legally state to the IRS that your winnings in that session were zero, even though you won a $100,000 poker tournament. Now, the IRS would get notified that they paid you $100,000, that the casino paid you $100,000 for that tournament, and then you would have to, you wouldn't explain it on your return, but if you were ever questioned by the IRS in an audit, or even in a letter you'd receive, yes, you would have to explain, oh, yes, I won $100,000 that day, but that same day, the same session, I walked right over to the blackjack table and lost it all. And they have record of that too. So I ended up with zero. If you said that, the IRS would say, oh, okay, then fine. You don't owe anything. Seriously. That would not be considered 100,000 win and 100,000 lost. It would be just considered zero, almost like it didn't happen. The only way it would be seen as happening is that the form saying you won 100K would exist, but the session would be zero. Now, if you won the 100K and then you went back home, and then a week later you came back to the same casino and you played blackjack with that 100,000 and you lost it, then there would be a very strong argument to say that those are two different sessions where you had 100,000 in wins and 100,000 in losses. So there it's not zero. There it's 100,000 won and 100,000 lost. So that's a big difference. So what you're really doing here is you're adding up winning sessions, you're adding up losing sessions, and you're subtracting one from the other. This law changes it to where you cannot fully subtract the losses. You have to take that loss number, when you added up all the lost sessions of the year, you then have to multiply by 0.9 before subtracting it from the wins. And that's going to be your taxable income. That's all this law does. The problems can come, obviously, if your winning sessions and losing sessions end up, say, even. You're going to end up paying taxes on money you didn't win. You'll have no gambling income, yet still be paying taxes as if you had income, which is insane. There can also be a problem where if you're a winning gambler, that you're just going to end up paying taxes on money that you didn't actually win. So if you were a very high volume gambler, so let's say you had $5 million worth of wins, but you had $4.8 million worth of losses. That should be an income of $200,000, and that's what you should be paying the taxes on. But according to this law, since you have to multiply the $4.8 million by 0.9, what would end up happening is once you multiply it by 0.9, it goes down to $4.32 million, and then it shows that your income was $680,000 when it was actually $200,000. So then the IRS is going to be saying, okay, well, pay us taxes based upon your gambling income being $680,000, and you're going to be going, wait a minute, but I only made $200,000. So this is going to suck away most of what I won. So I came out ahead $200,000, but by the time I paid the taxes on the $680K you think I won, you claim I won, by this stupid law, I'm going to have almost nothing left of my profit. So that is the main argument that those who are panicking on X, who are more informed, are making. So you have the complete clueless idiots who think that it's just a cap of 90% of your winning is the most you can deduct. And those people can be ignored. They just don't know what the hell's going on. But you have people who are more informed who understand what I just explained. And they cite examples like that. And I admit those examples really suck. But it's not as bad as it sounds. How could it possibly not be as bad as it sounds? Well, I'll explain. Let's go back to sessions. Since sessions are not well defined, you can define a session in any way that's reasonable. And you could do so to where it is most optimal as far as your wins and losses. And again, I'm not saying cheat on your taxes or lie about what you're winning or lie about what you're losing. I'm saying be completely honest about that. But you can look at, okay, what does denote a session? Because it's up to you to decide what you're calling a session, and then the IRS would have to question whether your session calculations are reasonable. And by the way, you don't state any of this in your taxes, and like you staple a form at the back and explain all this. You just state what your winnings are, what your losses are. Here you'd be multiplying that by 0.9 before subtracting it, but then you'd subtract, and that's it. That's all they ask for. They don't ask for a big spreadsheet or a big list of anything. That stuff is for later if you ever get questioned by a letter or an audit. That's when you present that stuff and explain it. But let's say you are questioned. If you were to explain, okay, well, here's a list of my sessions for the year, and here's how this all added up, then as long as your definition of a session is something that seems reasonable, then they will accept it. Now, what do I mean by this? How can changing the sessions around affect you? Well, because now it's very different, because now any losing sessions, you really only get 90% credit for them as far as taking it off your wins. Every time you have a losing session, you just have to know in your head that it's going to be 90% of that of what you can subtract for your wins as far as tax purposes go. So, if you're in a session, you can subtract 100% of your wins. Now, how's that possible? How can it be 90% in some cases and 100% in another? Well, because within the same session, you're basically just determining whether you won or lost. Otherwise, this would be too burdensome to do. For example, let's say you sat down and played video poker. Would the IRS expect you to record every single hand of wins and losses and say, okay, well, first hand I got a pair of jacks, so I was playing a jacks or better game, so I tied. Second hand I got 2 pair, so I ended up getting double my money. But then the next 3 hands I lost. Then I hit a flush. Then I lost 9 of the next 10 hands, and they would never make you do that. That's not expected of you. You're not expected to track individual hands, individual games going on in the same session. That's never been a thing as far as gambling taxes go. So a session is just basically your real wins or real losses in that session. In that time period, what you're calling a session, whatever your real wins or real losses are overall is what the session total is. So that means any losses you have in that session go 100% against the wins. So if I sit down for a session, let's say a poker session, let's say I go play a poker cash game. I sit there, I go up and down, I bought in for $2,500, and I walk away with $2,700. Well, my session win is $200. It doesn't matter how many big pots I won, doesn't matter how big pots I lost, doesn't matter if I stopped at the blackjack table on the way out and that influenced the total. Whatever I walk out with versus what I came in with is my session total, whether it's a win or a loss. That's all that matters. That's all the IRS would care about, as long as you're being accurate. So that really means you can subtract 100% of whatever you've won via your losses in that same session. It would be more advantageous to have sessions where the losses would negate the wins. Let's go back to some examples here. Remember the guy who won the $100,000 tournament and then chunked it all off at the blackjack table the same day? Well, there, by this new law, he still would owe no taxes because his session win was 0. But in the example where he left, went home, and then drove back to the casino a week later and then lost the $100K, well, there he would actually owe taxes on $10K because he could only subtract $90K of the $100 he lost back. So see the difference? If it's all the same session, he doesn't owe any taxes. If it's 2 different sessions, then he does owe taxes on that 10%. So by looking at your own results and figuring out what would make sense to be a session, what makes sense meaning what the IRS is likely to accept for the definition of a session if you were ever to be audited, then you could bring down substantially that number you're going to owe them, and you could do so legally. This is not cheating. This is nothing that's illegal to do. This is just using the broad definition of session to your advantage. Now, once they write into law exactly what a session is and isn't, and make it just very clear and cover all bases, which are pretty hard to cover, actually. It's not that simple to say what a session is. But if they were to cover all bases of what a session is and isn't, then this would not work. But for the moment, it would. So that's just one example of how someone completely legally could analyze their gambling results and pay far fewer taxes after this increase than you'd expect, and do so legally. And that's been overlooked here. There's been a few people talking about it, but for the most part, no. For the most part, if you bring up the sessions thing, people go, oh, you're going to cheat on your taxes? Is that your solution? That's the problem, is people just want to be mad on Twitter. People just want to yell. People want to scream. People want to act like victims, act like the government's coming after gamblers, or they want to bash Trump. They don't want to think about it critically, or they don't want to come to a conclusion that maybe this isn't as bad as it seems. And again, I'm not defending it. I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm saying that there's orders of magnitude here. There's a spectrum of damage whenever there's an unfavorable law or action taken against the gambling community, from this is kind of annoying all the way up to this is catastrophic. And there's a lot in between. I'll tell you something that was very major that occurred. That was in 2006, the UIGEA, which forced a lot of gambling sites and poker sites out of the U.S. market. That was what explicitly made online gambling illegal, whereas prior to that, it was kind of a gray area. That had a huge impact. You know what else had a huge impact? The 2011 Black Friday bust, when UB, Full Tilt, and PokerStars were all busted by the U.S. government, and then they stopped taking U.S. players. That was huge. Now, it turned out that Full Tilt and UB had stolen all the money, but people misremember that too. I had someone earlier today argue with me that this Black Friday action was correct and good because they were going after sites that were shady, that 2 of the 3 sites were shady and had stolen the money. And I said, no, that's not what happened. They thought that they were going to get a lot of money out of these sites. They thought these sites were all rich and the government was going to reap huge fines from them. That was the whole point, was to reap huge fines from these 3 companies. It was a surprise to them and a surprise to everyone that 2 of those 3 companies were broke and that, in fact, had stolen the money on deposit for the players. I don't want to get into that tangent. But I'm just saying those were major actions. Those, when they happened, I'm like, oh, shit, this is going to be huge. When the UIGEA happened in 2006, I said, crap, this is going to be very bad for online poker and all forms of online gambling. When Black Friday happened, the same thing. This, it's not good, but it's not going to have that much of an impact. Because there's some people who think that high-stakes poker is going to be over. Sports betting grinding is going to be over. Tournaments will be useless to play. First of all, this is essentially a tax increase. That's really what this is. You can say, well, hold on, it's not a tax increase because you could break even and owe taxes. Okay, technically, yes. But number one, the IRS is very unlikely to come after anybody who doesn't pay taxes on non-existent wins, even if technically they could. If you don't win, if you break even or lose, and you do not send taxes into the IRS, they're unlikely to come after you. But let's put that aside for the moment. For the vast majority of people, this is either going to have no impact, and when I say people, I mean gamblers. It's either going to have no impact, or it's going to have, kind of a mild to moderate impact. That's really what it's going to be. It's a tax increase for a very small percentage of gamblers, and the rest of the gamblers, it does not affect them. And then there's going to be this few kind of in the middle that were kind of near break even that are going to have a problem where they feel like they're technically obligated to pay taxes when they didn't win, which I admit sucks. I admit isn't good. I admit isn't fair, but that's not going to be a lot of people. So that's not going to decimate the community. It's a tax increase. Now you may say, well, come on, it's still a tax increase. That sucks. Well, yeah, it does. But let's talk about some of the poker players and their politics, and I'll tell you why this matters. I don't want to really bring politics into it, but I have to right here. Ike Haxton, great poker player. In fact, he just won $1.9 million at a 100K event at the World Series. Sean Deeb actually won it for $3 million. I think it was 100K PLO. Great player, Ike Haxton. No question about that. but he's very, very left-wing. Very, very left-wing. He's the guy who wears the mask all the time. Ike Haxton very openly states that he votes for all Democrats. Ike Haxton believes that taxes need to be raised on the rich, even though he is the rich. Ike Haxton does not mind voting for candidates that openly state they're going to raise his taxes. Justin Bonomo, another guy who's a very good player. Another guy who's rich and made a lot of money from poker. Another guy who's very left-wing and votes for candidates who openly state they're going to raise his taxes. And he votes for them anyway and happily does so. And he doesn't just vote for them like, okay, well, I don't like the taxes part, but I like everything else they stand for. No, these guys actually believe that they should be taxed more. That they and other rich people should be taxed more. And there's a lot of other pros, a lot of poker pros who make a lot of money in the game who openly vote for candidates who pledge to tax them more. Now, okay, that's their right to vote for who they want and have the political views they want. But if you're going to have these views that they should be taxed more as high-income poker players, well, then you can't complain when Trump does it. And I've heard the counter-argument, oh yeah, but this isn't a tax aimed at everybody. It's a tax arbitrarily aimed at gamblers. Okay, yes, it is, but bottom line, it's a tax increase, right? I mean, either you support higher taxes on people making a lot of money, or you don't. And if you do support that, if you're a rich person making a lot of money and your taxes get raised, and you normally support raising taxes on people who make a lot of money, then you should not be complaining about it, even if it's not affecting everybody, even if there's other rich people who won't pay. Now, ideally for you, if you're that type of person, everybody's taxes will go up who makes a lot of money. But you can't complain, oh, well, yes, I feel I should pay more taxes, but I feel everybody who makes the money I do should pay more taxes. It's not fair to me. You can't complain about having to pay more taxes based on that if you think you should pay more taxes. Yeah, you can claim it's arbitrary and kind of unfair, but you can't complain about the taxes themselves. That's my point. You can complain that others aren't paying them, but you can't complain that you're paying them if you think that's good for you to pay. So if you voted for Kamala Harris in this last election, I don't want to hear from you that the taxes shouldn't go up on people winning and gambling. Seriously. If you voted for Kamala Harris or any other Democrat in this last election, except for the rare Democrat who has pledged not to raise taxes, you are voting for someone who is openly stating they're going to raise your taxes. So as far as your bottom line, how is it any different with this versus a tax increase that just is across the board for everyone at your income level? You can say morally it is, but financially it's not. It's the same thing. But of course, not everybody who makes a lot of money is far left, like Justin Bonomo or Ike Haxton. What about people on the right, or what about libertarians? Especially in the casino advantage play world, there are a lot more people on the right and libertarian than on the left. It's an interesting thing I've noticed. The casino advantage players tend to be pretty right-wing for the most part, or at least right libertarian. And poker players, the successful poker players, are more likely to be left. Some are moderate left, but you also have some very far left ones, as I mentioned, and a lot fewer right-wing ones. But that's, again, a different discussion for a different time. But what if you are one of those people that just does not want to see taxes raised, and you've been stating that your whole life? Shouldn't you have a right to be angry about this? Answer, yes. So there you're not being a hypocrite, but it is still the same as far as its actual financial impact as just a general tax increase. And that's what brings me to my next point regarding the doom and gloom about the community, about what's going to happen to the community. Because if this is really just a tax increase, even if it's one that's arbitrary and unfair, which it is, then how could that destroy gambling as we know it? How? What exactly is going to happen from this that's going to make people say, I don't want to play anymore? Again, it's not going to stop the high stakes guys. Yeah, they'll pay more taxes on their wins, but they would have if Kamala Harris won instead of Donald Trump. And a lot of them would have had no problem with that. That wouldn't have killed the high stakes games. And it's not going to affect the people who are recreational gamblers and lose, because they would lose enough to where this is not going to matter. It's not going to affect them. It's also not going to affect anybody who doesn't either itemize or file as a professional gambler. So really the only people this really screws beyond just being a tax increase, it's those who either broke even, lost a little bit, or moderately profited, and don't have a way through this session method to negate that. But that's really not a whole lot of people. So that's my point here. You can cite these terrible looking examples, like the one, well, you had $5 million worth of winning sessions and 4.8 million worth of losers, so you weren't a huge winner. You won $200K, which is nice, but that's not making you rich. And yet you're going to owe taxes on almost your entire profit there because it's $680K worth of tax liability. So how is that fair? Isn't that awful? Well, it is, yes, but again, there's legal ways around it, one of which I just explained. So that's why this isn't as big of a deal as it appears to be, even though it's not good. Even though I don't agree with it, even though some people will end up paying more in taxes because of it. But there's something else I want to bring up. And that is the undeniable fact that a lot of people in poker and in casino gambling and in sports do not file their taxes honestly. I know. Are you shocked? I'm shocked. I'm shocked to hear about this. I mean, can you imagine like casino advantage players, guys who make an entire career out of lying to the casino and deceiving the casino, aren't completely honest to the IRS? I would never expect that. And by the way, I'm not bashing advantage players. In fact, I do some advantage play myself. I'm just saying that that's what you're doing there. Is you're deceiving the casinos, which is fine. I'm just saying that that's what you're doing. So how many people you think are making a career out of deceiving the casinos and then without much or any paper trail of what they really won or lost are going to accurately state that to the IRS? In a perfect world, yeah, they would, but we're not in a perfect world. You know as well as I do that there's a lot of gamblers out there who, with the knowledge that there isn't a paper trail of everything, will understate their wins or exaggerate their losses. In fact, I remember hearing about the sports bettors back in the day before there was much online sports betting, and a lot of the professional sports bettors were doing so at actual sports books with actual tickets. And what these guys would do would not only, they wouldn't just save their losing tickets, which is what you're supposed to do to show your losses, if ever questioned, but they would scrounge around the casino and pick up any kind of sizable losing ticket. So some dude next to you bets 10K on the game, and he loses and just throws it on the ground because it's a worthless ticket. Well, then you're going to have these professional sports bettors scoop up the ticket and claim it was theirs. And because there's no name or ID attached to that ticket, they could just as well claim that, and the IRS would never know. I mean, this was something that was going on decades ago, before I was even old enough to gamble. So this is not me saying I do it. In fact, I don't spend much time in sports books, to be honest. But I'm just saying that this has been done for a very long time, even long before I could gamble, even before I was born. Okay? This type of stuff's been going on forever. I'm not just talking about a few rogue tax cheats. I'm saying that in the professional gambling world, it is a known fact that a lot of people underpay their taxes. A lot of them understate winnings. A lot of them exaggerate losses. This is the truth. It's the harsh truth. And if you are going to deny that harsh truth, if you're going to claim that every gambler or the vast majority of gamblers are salt of the earth honest when it comes to dealing with the IRS, well, you can say that, you can wish that, you can hope that, but it's not true. It's just not true. So what's my point here? Well, I had somebody debating with me on Twitter. He was getting more and more agitated with me, this guy. This is someone who claimed to like me before, too, which I believe. Like, I helped out one of his friends, apparently, get some money back that he got screwed with on ACR, this guy. So prior to this debate, the guy thought highly of me. And then after the debate, he didn't think very highly of me, and he told me so. And this guy is an advantage player. I don't even know who it is, but he's an advantage player. And I was telling him that I don't think this is going to have much of an impact on the advantage play world because I know the way advantage players are, and I know that since there is not much of a paper trail of how much they're really winning or losing, that they'll just fudge the numbers further. That they're already fudging the numbers, they'll just fudge it another 11% to negate this, and that'll be that. And that's what I think will happen with that community. Now again, I want to make it very clear. I'm not telling people to do this. I'm not telling you to fudge the numbers. If you're an advantage player, we have some advantage players who listen to the show. We have a number of them, actually. I'm not instructing you to fudge the numbers 11% to negate this. I'm not advocating any kind of tax cheating or underreporting or any kind of lying on your return. You do that, that's on you. You're taking the risk. I'm not telling you to do it. I'm not advocating you doing it, okay? I want to make this real clear because there's idiots out there who think when I state this that I'm claiming that I do it or I'm telling everybody else to do it. Neither is true. I don't do it, and I'm not instructing others to do it, but I know this is happening, okay? I mean, I know for sure this is happening. I know 100% this is happening. I even know some of the people who do it. No, I'm not going to name them, of course, but the point is, this is happening, and it's very, very common. So somebody goes to a casino to do advantage play. The reason there isn't much of a paper trail is because advantage play involves a lot of deception of the casino, which basically hides, number one, who you are in some cases, and number two, how much you're really winning or losing. In some cases, you are winning more than it appears, and in some cases, you are losing more than it appears. Because a lot of times, advantage players are playing on players' cards that are not theirs. They have a bunch of players' cards in their pocket that are not in their name, and they're playing on them. There are advantage players who are collecting free play on those cards. And, of course, they're not in their name. There are advantage players who are making it look like they are losing a ton to do something called generate a loss, which is basically, I'm not going to explain how you do it, but there's ways that you can make it look like to the casino that you've lost a lot more than you really have, or even that you've lost when you've really won. So their system will show a loss when you've actually done fairly well. So the casino records on the players' cards for advantage players are completely off from reality. And by the way, you are not required by law to pay taxes on what the casinos think or have records that you won. You're only required to pay the taxes on what you actually won. Doesn't matter what the casinos say. Now, you can have a bit of an issue if the casino's showing you won a lot of money and you really didn't. Then you have to explain it. But it is completely legal to walk into an IRS audit and say, hey, you know what? I know you show that I won this much, but here, I lost a lot playing on this card that isn't mine. I lost a lot playing on that card that isn't mine. I lost a lot playing on no card, and here's how it happened, and showing the paper trail of the whole thing as well as you can. And if the IRS believes you, then that's it. Then you don't owe the taxes. Nor are they going to care that you're multi-carding in the casino. That's not their business. So I'm just saying that advantage players just do not have accurate records as far as what the casinos are holding. They are supposed to keep their own accurate records, but there is no independent accurate record on how advantage players are doing. So whatever advantage players are filing on their taxes, on their tax form, this is a self-reported number that there's no way to really verify. And that's the truth. That's the way it is. And if you know any casino advantage players, you can ask them, and they will tell you that's true. So if an advantage player is audited, they do have a bit of a hard time explaining exactly how they came to their figures of wins and losses, because a lot of times there's not a lot to back it up. You're playing with a lot of cash, you're playing with a lot of different cards, and it's easy to lose track of. Even if you keep a log, sometimes you're playing with no cards. There's a lot of things you're doing in the advantage play that will not generate a record, or will generate a bunch of records all over the place in other people's names. So for tax purposes, that can be a mess, but that's par for the course with advantage play. The bottom line is whatever these advantage players are putting on their tax return, it does not match casino records. And the IRS has to just trust them that they're telling the truth. And I guess if they don't trust them, they can audit them. But even there, it'll be very complicated. So for these guys to just tack on another 11% of losses that didn't really exist is not hard. And in fact, since these accurate records don't really exist, that's why you get a lot of underreporting of wins or overreporting of losses in the advantage play community. And that's just the cold, hard truth. Whether you think it's right or wrong, that's the cold, hard truth about that community. But it's not just limited to advantage players. I don't want to pick on them. Let's go back to poker. Poker cash players are known for this too. In fact, that's why structuring is looked at a lot in the poker world and in the casino world in general. That's a lot of what the fear is with the structuring, is that people structure, and structuring is cashing out less than 10K on purpose in order to avoid filling out a currency transaction report that goes to the IRS. That's why there are sometimes structuring allegations against poker players who play cash, because if they're seen structuring, that's what's assumed is going on there, that they're trying to hide their wins by cashing out like 9,000 at a time. And if that's seen, then they can be arrested for structuring and prosecuted for it. So this has been going on for decades, the hiding of the true cash wins. And again, I'm talking about before I was born, before I could play. So I'm not talking about me or my friends. I'm talking about the whole poker community, okay? Going back decades, many decades. So I don't want to hear this puritanical view of how professional gamblers have been filing their taxes honestly all this time, and oh no, when there's this increase, now they're going to have to pay it in full, and it's going to ruin the community. No, the truth is, and I'm not advocating doing that. I'm just saying this is what some are going to do. Some are just going to pad their losses, and that's that. Now, you're going to say to me, wait a minute, Druff, you're saying that that's the solution, to cheat on your taxes? No, I'm not saying that. That's what I'm trying to explain here. I'm just saying what a lot of people will do, whether I agree with it or not, they're going to do it. I could make a 10-hour show telling them how evil and terrible they are to do that, and they'll still do it. They're not going to care what I say. They're not going to care what you say. They're just going to do it, as gamblers have for many decades. So when it comes to the community continuing and these games continuing, this is one of the adjustments that people will end up making, whether you like it or not. And even those that are not willing to do this, even those that do not want to underreport wins or overreport losses, they can use various legal tactics to negate this at least somewhat, like the session thing. There's also been some attempts already, like by Nevada Congresswoman Dina Titus, to amend this and take away the stupidity with the 90%. I hope she succeeds, but keep in mind Dina Titus also has been making a lot of attempts over the last 12 years or so to raise the threshold of having to get a form for hitting a jackpot, raise the threshold from $1,200 to $5,000, which is correct. That's what they should do because of inflation. $1,200 in 1977 when that was established is far, 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 far more money than it is today. So to still have that same $1,200 is ridiculous. But she's been claiming this forever, and she gets nowhere. She's very ineffective. She has ideas that sound good, and then they don't do anything for Nevada or for gamblers. So I wouldn't count on Dina Titus rescuing you here, but she is introducing a bill to basically amend the big, beautiful bill, this portion of it. So we'll see where that goes. Also, of course, there will be accountants who will specialize in negating this legally, like the session thing I was talking about. So there will be experts that delve into the best way to combat this and offer their services. So it's not just like doom and gloom. It's not just going to destroy the community. But really the best way to think about it, just put away all the X percentage of people cheat on their taxes and they'll just cheat more, or people are going to play session games to get out of having to pay as much. Put that out of your head even. Just think about the percentage of people impacted and you'll understand. It's just not a high percentage. And anytime you have something where a small percentage of people is impacted, it's not going to impact the overall industry. Because if most people are unaffected or mostly unaffected, they're going to continue the status quo. Not just in this situation, but in all situations in life. Things tend to change when there's a large percentage of people who are either impacted or have a very strong opinion about it. Because nobody really gives a crap about the gambling community beyond gamblers, no one's going to have a strong opinion about this. So it really comes down to who's impacted, and it's a very small percentage of people. That's the truth. And I had someone text me and ask me, Druff, I don't see how you could be taking this position and talking about people who cheat on their taxes and how that's going to be somewhat of a response to this. That sounds like very unlike you. And I'm like, what? How is this unlike me? Again, I'm not directing people to do this. I'm just saying the people I know, and not just like my friend group, I'm talking about acquaintances, even people I don't like. I know that's what a lot of them are doing and what a lot of them will do in response to this. That's just a fact. It's like, let's say they change the speed limit on the highways where you could drive 65, 70, whatever the speed limit is currently. Let's say they bring it down to 50. Kind of similar to what they did in the mid-70s where they made the national speed limit of 55 because of the oil shortage. Remember that Sammy Hagar song, I Can't Drive 55? That was in response to that in the mid-80s. But let's say they went even further and made the speed limit 50, a national speed limit of 50. And then they stated, well, we're doing this because it's going to save a lot of lives, which it would, by the way. It would save a lot of lives. It would just make driving awful for any long distance. It'd take forever to get there. But let's say they made the speed limit 50. How many people do you think would break that? You think there'd be a lot of speeders at that point, a lot more than today? Because you have a lot of people on the highway who are willing to drive fairly close to the speed limit of 65 or 70. But 50? No, you're going to have a lot of people speeding. A lot of people driving way faster than 50 on the highway, even if they were to lower the speed limit to 50. So if you had people getting out there saying, what? You're advocating speeding? Speeding's dangerous. How can you advocate speeding if the speed limit's 50? You know, you're a jerk to say that everyone's going to drive faster than 50. Yeah, maybe you will, but any decent person won't. No. The truth is, if they made the speed limit 50 on the highway, you would have a ton of speeders. That's the truth, okay? That's the way it would happen. That's human nature. That's the way humans will act. And to deny that is to deny reality. So I'm not going to deny reality that casino advantage players are just going to claim phantom losses to negate this. That cash poker players, a lot of them will probably do the same thing. And that others who have any kind of gambling that's going on where there is no official record of it, even people who play somewhat on offshore sites that can use that to claim losses. Anyone who has anything that they can claim like that, they will be tempted to do this. Some won't. Some won't do it because of fear. Some won't do it because of morality. But you're going to have a lot that do not have enough fear or morality to not do it. And they will do it. Because they'll figure, hey, there's no real record of what I've won and lost. They're just taking my word for it. And yeah, if I claimed 10 times the losses I really have, yeah, I couldn't really justify that. But yeah, 11%, yeah, then no one's going to notice. That's what they're going to think, okay? So the reason I'm saying this is not to encourage people to do it. I'm saying this because we're trying to analyze what this is going to do to the community as a whole. And to analyze that, we have to look at people's likely behavior in response. Just like if they changed the speed limit on the highway to 50, you wouldn't have everybody driving 50. You'd still have a lot of people driving the speed limit they were before. And, if they get caught, they get caught. So I'm just being honest with you guys. So for all these reasons, I do not think this is going to decimate anything. But before we have the outrage and the anger, once again, I don't like this law. I think it's stupid. I think it's unfair. I think it is arbitrary. It doesn't make sense why it's there in the first place. I agree with you on that. And I'm not just saying this. I fully agree with you. I will be happy if Dina Titus succeeds in getting this removed. Okay? I will be happy. Even though she's a Democrat, I will be happy. I want to see good things for the gambling community, and this is a bad thing for the gambling community. So I will not sit here trying to defend it, even though it's in Trump's bill. But at the same time, I'm not going to say, oh, this is one of the worst things this has ever happened to our community. It's over, guys. It's over. No, it's not. A year from today, July 2026, or a year and a half, 2 years from today, you will not be able to tell. Let's say that this law goes into effect January 1st and never gets changed, never gets amended. It's just there. We're going to see no differences. There's not going to be fewer high-stakes games running. There's not going to be fewer tournaments running. There's not going to be fewer sports betting grinders. None of that. It's all going to be the same unless some kind of external factor causes it to be less. So, yeah, if the economy crashes or something, yeah, we're going to see fewer of those things. But outside of something like that, it's going to all be the same. Same or more even. So you can have something you don't agree with, something that you think is a negative, something you think will cause some hardship for some people in the community, while at the same time saying this is not going to make a huge impact on the community as a whole. And that is what I'm saying. And you know what? If I am wrong, if in July 2026 you're noticing that tournament participation is way down and professional sports bettors have just abandoned ship and high-stakes cash is a thing of the past, if that's what happened, then you can rub that in my face at that time. You can say, Druff, look what a moron you were in July 2025 making these predictions. You couldn't have been more wrong. Look how stupid you are. Go ahead. Take this recording a year later, play it to me, and tell me how stupid I was. And if it turns out all this stuff really changed because of this law, then yeah, I'll admit I was stupid. I'll admit that I totally bungled that one and got it wrong. But I'd be shocked if that's the truth. I'd be shocked if that's what happens. I'm not ever one who panics when some news comes down that's negative. I just don't. I like to take a step back and take a look at what's likely. And I can understand the reflex to panic. You know, if something changes about my health, something new comes up that's kind of scary, especially now that I'm older. You know, I'm 53 years old. I'm in this zone where bad things, very, very bad things health-wise can happen. I'm in this weird part of life where I could either get something deadly or I could fade this for another 40 years and have nothing major occur to me for a long time. I just don't know. You don't know once you're at this age. It's like something can get you at any time where you can just skate by for a long time without anything happening. But it's different than when you're like 20s, 30s, and unless it's very unusual or if you've got some kind of genetic issue, you can pretty much count on that you're not going to find out one day you have cancer or just drop dead of a heart attack. So yeah, when I see some kind of concerning change regarding something in my body, yeah, my mind will start to go to bad places. My mind will start to think about, what if this is cancer? What if this is indicative of a heart problem? What if this is indicative of upcoming major organ failure? I'll start to think about the worst case scenario. I'll start to think doom and gloom. I'll start to think, this is it for me. And then I'll take a step back and go, wait a minute, this isn't being logical here. I try to think, okay, if somebody came to me, like a stranger came to me and said, hey, Druff, I have this going on, what do you think? If my answer would be, well, yeah, get it checked out, but it's probably no big deal, then I should feel the same way about myself. Like I try to reason to myself that way when those things happen. But I can understand like the reflex to panic when it's going to affect you. So it's easy when a stranger comes to you with a health issue and you can from a distance say, hey, yeah, you're probably going to be fine. And when it's happening to you, it's easy to think the worst. And same with this gambling thing. Same with this gambling tax. It's easy as a professional or frequent recreational gambler to panic that it's going to either ruin the gambling community or cost you a lot of extra money that you shouldn't have to pay. I could get that, but once you take a step back, I can't see how you come up with any other conclusion besides, yeah, this is going to be maybe kind of negative, but it's not going to be a game changer to where it decimates the community or to where people are having to pay a fortune in taxes that they shouldn't otherwise have to pay. Would some people have to pay some additional taxes? Yes. Would some people have to pay some taxes that are kind of unfair? Yes. So I'll agree with that. That's why I'm not for this. But there's a difference between that and something that's devastating to the community. Finally, before I shut this down, I want to address the claims that some people are making that there are accountants and tax professionals out there on social media who are insisting that this really is a big deal. Well, I'll tell you why they're saying that. First of all, you should look what they are saying beyond that, and that they're actually agreeing with me that this really is just affecting a small percentage of people and that it is just a 10% reduction of losses you can claim against wins and there's no cap involved. So they will agree with me on that. But they also are saying it's a much bigger deal than I'm claiming. So why would they say that if they're experts? Like they're the ones who do this every day for a living, and I'm not. I don't have any training in this. I don't have any schooling in this. So how can I even comment on this that would contradict some of the things they're saying, these professionals? Well, it's because they're professionals. They would not want to ever advise a client to do anything that could get them in trouble. They have to totally go by the book, or otherwise they could have a lot of issues. And I'm not necessarily talking about people cheating on their taxes or understating wins, overstating losses. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying like the things with the session. They are admitting that session is something that is ambiguous. But if you ask them to do your taxes, they would do it so carefully to where there's no chance they could get in any trouble for claiming such and such time is a session. They would be very conservative with that because it's their ass on the line as the professional helping you with your taxes if they end up being wrong. So that's why they have to be extra careful. And if you don't believe me, let me tell you a little anecdote which has nothing to do with taxes, but is a similar concept. When Benjamin, my son, when he was an infant, something kind of scary happened. And that was he developed a very high fever of 105 degrees eventually. It didn't start out as 105, but it was going up and up, and it was not responding to medication. Usually when babies get a fever, you first let the fever play out because it's happening for a reason. It's the body trying to cure illness, and it's raising the temperature for a reason. But once the fever gets too high, it can become dangerous, and in some cases even deadly. Though I will say that kids can take high temperatures a lot better than adults can. So you do have to keep that in mind. But let's get back to the topic of what I'm trying to say here. So his fever is going up, and prior to that, when I would give him any kind of medication, like Tylenol, it would bring the fever down. So if it would start to get into uncomfortable territory where I don't like the fact that his temperature's gotten to 104, for example, I could give him the Tylenol or whatever, and it would bring the temperature down. Well, this one was not responding to medication. Could not get that fever down. Tried to give him the cold bath. Could not get the fever down. Just kept going up. That was very scary as a parent of a baby. And I called up a service of the health insurance we had at the time and spoke to a nurse. There were no doctors available. It was late at night. But you could speak to a nurse 24/7. So I called him and spoke to one of the nurses. At the time I called, his fever was like 103.5. But it was not responding to medication. So I explained all this to her. And I said, my question for you, at what point should we be concerned enough to take him into the ER? And she said, oh, well, you should now. I said, what do you mean I should now? He's only got 103.5 fever. Well, yeah. If you're concerned, you should take him to the ER. I didn't say, no. I didn't say if I'm concerned. I know if I'm concerned, I should take him to the ER. I'm asking you, what temperature is too high to where it's unsafe? When should I take him in when I see a certain temperature? She says, well, again, if you think the temperature is too high, then you need to take him to the ER. That's just repeating the question back to me. So I said, no. But what temperature are we talking about? She says, well, the temperature it is now, yeah, you should take him. So I said, okay, so you're saying 103.5 is too high and should go to the ER? She says, well, if you think that's too high, you should take him in. So I said, okay, let's do this a different way. If his temperature is 100, should I take him to the ER? She says, no. I said, okay, good. We're getting somewhere. If his temperature is 101, should I take him to the ER? She says, no. I said, okay, good. If his temperature is 102, should I take him to the ER? She says, no. I said, okay, good. See, we are coming to a number. Okay, so if it's 103, should I take him to the ER? She says, well, then yeah, you probably should. Okay, let me tell you something. 103 is not at all a dangerous fever for a kid or a baby to have. In fact, it's safer for a kid or a baby to have 103 than for us as adults. And by the way, when I had the flu this past January, my temperature got to 104, and I did not go to the ER. I went to urgent care to get Tamiflu, and they gave me a little flu test and showed I had influenza A. But I didn't go rush to the ER because my temperature was 104. If I got to 105, I probably would have. But 104, even there as an adult, I didn't go to the ER. So a kid with 103, I'm sure you remember as a kid, you probably had 103 a ton of times. I know I did. You see, I'm still here. Nothing happened to me. Doesn't happen to you. So you don't go running to the ER if your baby has 103 fever. That's crazy. Even if it won't respond to medication. So that was a dumb answer. So I said, you got to be kidding me. Kids get 103 all the time. They don't go to the ER for that. She says, well, if you're concerned, you should take them to the ER. I said, again, it's not if I'm concerned. I'm trying to get the answer from you as a professional, as a medical professional, which I'm not. What temperature is unsafe? She wouldn't answer me. She just kept saying, if you think it's high, take him. Well, why was she saying that? Was she dumb? Well, maybe a little bit. But the main reason she was saying that was because she did not want to tell me, oh, yeah, 103.5 is fine. You don't have to take him until it gets to 105. And then if he ends up dying because I didn't take him, then I could sue the company she works for. So she is basically taking the very most conservative approach to telling you to go to the ER. Because it's no skin off her ass if I do. If I rush to the ER when he has 103.5 fever, it doesn't cost her anything. I can't sue her if I'm going to the ER unnecessarily. So there's no downside to her telling me that. Nothing bad can happen to her or the company if I go take him to the ER when the fever is 103.5, even if that's not necessary. At worst, they'll just say, oh yeah, he's fine, goodbye, go home. And then nothing further I can do. But if they tell me not to go and then something happens, if he gets brain damage, if he dies, well, then I could sue them for malpractice. See? So they're basically saying, go take him to cover their own ass. They're not giving you completely accurate advice. They're giving you the most conservative advice possible, which is not always the best advice. By the way, I looked it up, and there wasn't complete agreement, but I read some websites by pediatricians. I saw one pediatrician that was saying that kids can sometimes handle temperatures as high as 107 without any kind of damage. So don't panic too much if you see something like 105. It's interesting. Now, I would be very, very worried and upset if I saw a temperature like 107 or even 106. What I ended up doing, the temperature did rise to 105, and I took him to urgent care, and they couldn't figure out much, so he just went back home. Eventually, the temperature went down a little bit, and then finally, like 2 days later, it broke, and it turned out he had something called roseola, which is harmless but scary. You know it's roseola because a rash shows up that's kind of unique, but that usually comes after the fever that won't respond to the medication. So it's scary for a while, but it's actually harmless. It does no harm to the kid. It just is unnerving for the parents. So we don't have many young people listening to this show, but if you have a young baby, this really happens to kids who are 2 or younger. So any kids over 2 are usually not going to get it. But if you have a baby that's 2 or younger and you have that fever that won't respond to medication that's very high, it's a good chance it's roseola, so don't panic. Anyway, getting back to this, I don't want to make this a baby discussion. That nurse who was telling me to go to the ER is basically the same as the accountant or tax professional that is going to tell you that this is a big deal and that there really isn't much wiggle room, because they do not want to engage in the wiggle room and then get in trouble. So keep that in mind. It's one thing if you attempt to define a session, then the IRS calls you in and then they question it, and then they don't agree with you, and then they ask you to pay more taxes, maybe a penalty. That's one thing, because you're not a tax professional. As long as they don't believe that you're criminally underreporting your taxes, then you haven't committed any crime. It's just a matter of you having to pay more and maybe a penalty. But it's another thing for tax professionals to be doing something that the IRS thinks is incorrect and knowingly leading their clients that way, and that can lead to all kinds of different penalties for them. So they don't want to take the chance, because it's a gray area. That's really what it is. That's why I'm not instructing you, okay, we'll make the session this long and you'll be fine. I can't tell you that, because it's something that really has not been fleshed out very well, the whole session thing. There's been some case law about it, and that's why you can't claim the whole year as one session. but it's still not like super clear. So that's why you can't completely go by what they say. Finally, actually, there's one more thing I wanted to say before I shut this down. I keep talking about audits, and if you listen to the show up till now, you're probably picturing that you make one false move and the IRS is going to be at your door and asking you to take part in an audit. Well, that's not what I'm saying. I will tell you that in my 25 plus years in the gambling community, I have been surprised as to how few audits actually have taken place. I would have expected a lot more. I have known people who didn't file any return for years and years and somehow never got audited. I know some who have, but I've also known some who got away with it. I think that's crazy, by the way. If you haven't been filing returns, you should do it. But I know people who haven't, and some never got contacted. But forget those people. I really don't know anybody in the gambling community who didn't either fail to file or egregiously understate their true earnings who got audited. Like, really, everybody who got audited, it's very understandable why they did. I don't know any poker players or advantage players who got audited over kind of like a minor difference in opinion of what the IRS thinks they owe versus what they claim they owe. These were like egregious cases that triggered an audit. And I'm surprised by that because, truthfully, it would be lucrative for the IRS to do a lot more auditing in the gambling community. And I'm surprised they don't. I'm glad they don't. That'd be pretty bad for the community if the IRS was coming down on them hard. But, yeah, there's a lot fewer audits than I would have expected over the last 25 years. And again, I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about people who they tell me their tax situation. I'm thinking, oh, my God, they're going to be in trouble. And then nothing happens. Or they'll get a letter at worst. Like, they'll get a letter and then they have to respond. Sometimes they have to pay something. I'm not saying they completely get away with it all the time, but as far as like an actual audit, I'm just not seeing people called in for an actual audit unless it's pretty egregious in the gambling community. And again, that surprises me. I've always noticed this. Is this new law going to make a lot more audits happen? Some people are claiming that. There's no reason to believe that. This is just a new law having to do with gamblers. This is not something that is starting a new standard for the likelihood of audits against the gambling community. Like if the bill stated that the IRS is now commanded to look at gamblers' returns more closely and audit a lot more easily, that would be a lot more disturbing. But that's not what this says at all. This really should have no impact on the number of audits, or very little impact. In fact, if you remember, while Joe Biden was president, he added 87,000 IRS agents. And I thought that was going to add to the audits. But at least in the gambling community, I haven't seen it. By the way, the 87,000 agents, it's somewhat of a myth. The 87,000 agents are not ones that are necessarily all doing audit enforcement. There's a lot of other things that agents do for the IRS. So it's not quite as bad as it sounded. But it still was adding a lot of agents, including ones that would be doing audits. So I expected a lot more audits to the gambling community. Like, really, when I heard about that, I thought that was much bigger news to the community. Just, of course, not just the gamblers, but like I thought that was going to impact gamblers a lot more than this was going to be. But it ended up really not, from what I've seen. And I know that Trump has been trying to undo this. So I don't know what's ultimately going to happen with that. And I kind of lost track of that effort to remove these IRS agents that were hired. But I would not expect like a ton of new audits against gamblers. I don't think in 2026, 2027 that you're going to see tons of new audits that you hadn't seen before hitting the gambling community. It's just not likely. I guess I do have one more thing to say. I keep saying one more thing, but this is going to be the last thing. This isn't really about anything with this law. It's just something you should know as a taxpayer. The IRS has 3 years from when you file your tax return. Or really, I don't know if it's when you file or when it's due, but let's just say when it's due. They have 3 years from that point to question anything on your return unless they can show that it's fraud. So if it's just a mistake, even if it's a mistake that you get away with paying a lot less, and it's just from ignorance, from you not knowing, if they take more than 3 years, they cannot come after you for it. So if they have concluded that you defrauded them 6 years ago, then they can come after you. If you didn't file returns, say 6, 7 years ago, they can come after you. But I'm talking about on your return, if there are mistakes and they don't catch them for 3 years, then they're out of luck. And it goes the other way too. If you have mistakes on your return and you want to change something that would give you a bigger refund or give you some money back that you had paid them because you made a mistake on your return, you have 3 years to correct that. And if you do not amend it in those 3 years, then it's set in stone and you cannot get the money back. You cannot amend it, you can't get the money back. So it goes both ways for those 3 years. So right now, in July 2025, the tax years that you have to be concerned with would be 2024, because that was due in April of 2025, 2023, and 2022. Not 2021, because that time has passed. So you only have to worry about 2022 and beyond right now. Unless, again, if you committed fraud, then they could go back as far as they want. The only reason I'm mentioning this is because you have some panicky people out there who are afraid, oh my God, now that this is a subject, now that we're all talking about this, what if the IRS goes back and looks at everybody's returns and sees, back in 2010 that I didn't file my taxes right? Are they going to come after me for all kinds of money? The answer is no. Way past that time. So unless they can clearly show you are defrauding them, and a mistake is not fraud, like an intentional defrauding of them, then once the 3 years pass, it's done. They can't do anything about it. Nor will they even look. Since they know they can't do anything, they won't look. So really, your 22 return and beyond right now are all you have to be concerned about with any mistakes. So that's just something I wanted to throw in there, because I had some people who were discussing it with me who were worried about, I'm not totally confident I did my taxes right in 2016, and, now what if because of this new law they're starting to look at all gamblers more closely, and they notice in 2016 I fucked something up, and I said, no, it's not going to happen. So that's just one more thing to keep in mind. So what are the takeaways here? Number one, it's not a good law. It's stupid. It's arbitrary. It sucks. Some people will end up paying more. Number two, there's a chance it will get amended or removed. So let's not panic too much yet. It doesn't take effect till January 1st. Number three, there are legal ways to negate at least some of it. So it's not as bad as it sounds. Number four, there is no cap of any kind. So anyone who says there's a cap on losses you can deduct, that is not true. They're completely wrong and they're clueless. Number five, what this really does is just takes whatever session losses you've had. When you add them all up at the end of the year, all the lost sessions, you just have to multiply that by 0.9. That's all this really does. There's nothing that is stating there will be more agents put on gamblers or more audits. And that the gambling community as a whole should not change, because gambling taxes have been a gray area for a long time. This is not the first thing. As I described and explained, people will adjust in various ways. Some will just pay the higher taxes. Some won't be affected. Some will cheat. Some will use legal loopholes. The gambling community will react in various ways, but when it's all said and done, it's not going to have any large-scale impact on anything you see going on today. I can't see the future, but I believe very strongly that's the case. Why is everybody panicking? Why are they going so crazy? Why are there not many people saying what I'm saying? It's because of the way society is these days. And I hate to be the old guy who complains about how things used to be better in the past or anything like that, but people like outrage bait in 2025. Not just this year. In the 2020s, even the 2010s. People like outrage bait. People like something to complain about and rail about and yell about. That's what they like. In fact, people like getting together online with a common enemy. In this case, the common enemy is the government. What about writing to your congressman or calling your congressman? You've probably been reading about that. This is important for you as a gambler to do, to contact your congressman or congresswoman and make your feelings known. Is that going to help? Absolutely not. Don't waste your time. It may feel good. If you want to feel good, fine. I mean, if you want to feel like you're getting involved, doing your civic duty to tell your congressman what you think, I guess you can, but it's not going to do any good. That's not how things work anymore. As sad as it is, the Congress people don't really represent the citizens anymore. They mostly represent special interests, and they don't really care if a few constituents call them up and give an opinion on something. They're going to vote the way they're going to vote. Sometimes it's just an ideology they have. Sometimes it's to satisfy their donors. Sometimes it's to satisfy their community as a whole. But the days of being able to just call the congressman and change their mind, or write to them and change their mind, nah, it's not going to happen. It's not how it works these days. So don't bother with that. It can feel good, but it's not going to do any good. It's not going to hurt anything, but it's a waste of your time. That's the truth. And not just with this, pretty much with anything. Let's listen to what Phil Galfond has to say about this.
All right, poker players, what is this actually going to cost us? That's been the question on my mind for the last couple of days, so I went and found out, or at least got us some good estimates. Is this going to mean that nobody can make a living playing poker? Is it going to be not so bad? Is it going to be somewhere in between? That's what we'll dive into. Don't worry about reading all this math. I'll show you where to focus in a little bit. I'll start with my methodology. I'll get into the bad news, and I'll get into the, I wouldn't call it good news, but less bad news next. Let's do it. Starting with the methodology, this is real data from BTG members, which I would say the makeup of the people tracking here are 75% pros, 25% serious recreational players. I took it and normalized it to represent a full year. Some people have tracked for 9 months. Some people have tracked for 2 months. You get the idea. I expanded it to be a full year. Actually, the way that I did it, because some people were lower volume than others, is I made it 180 sessions per player because, I don't know, that's what sounded to me like a good full year for a professional.
Okay, let me stop right here. So, okay, he's kind of on the right track at the beginning because he is doing it by sessions. Notice he said sessions. That's because Phil Galfond's not an idiot, okay? He's a pretty smart guy. So he knows this is session by session, and he does understand that the 90% is a 90% multiplier of total lost sessions. It's not a cap. So at least we don't have to correct him on this. He's smart enough not to make those mistakes. And he's attempting to get together a lot of data that people kept of their sessions in poker and show how the new law will affect them and how much they're going to have to pay. So this sounds like a good premise. Taking like all these people who have made their session data available and see how this is going to affect them and how much more they're going to have to pay. But then it kind of goes off the rails.
Starting with the bad news, you can see here I summed up their winning days, summed up their losing days, because this is how the tax bill is going to work. In winnings, we have their actual winnings. This is what they actually won or would have won, normalized, extrapolated over the year. And next column is phantom wins. So this is what the IRS is going to pretend that you won, even though you didn't. But then we have current tax, new tax, and tax percentage increase. As you can see, these couple of people who at the top were losing but have a phantom win. At the top, we have 327%. So that person was paying $11,000 in tax. They're now going to pay $47,000 in tax. And you can go on down the list. I would say the median is somewhere in the 15% range.
Okay, so there's a few problems here, okay? And by the way, don't worry about the fact that you can't see it, because I can't really either, because you see Phil Galfond's big face on the screen and a bunch of numbers behind him that are unreadable. Even he tells you at the beginning you're not going to be able to read it, so you don't have to worry about seeing what he's talking about. But what he's saying here is, oh, look at this person. They were going to pay $11,000 in tax, but under the new law, they'd pay $47,000, and this is 300 whatever percent increase. And hey, that sounds terrible, right? And then he goes on to talk about their phantom wins. Now, this is already where we're having a problem, because There aren't phantom wins. The phantom win is only at the end of the tax year when you add it all together. There's not phantom wins because this is session dependent. This is something he has wrong. So you're recording what you were up or down in the session. And that's it. So if you're minus 3,000 for the session, then you're minus 3,000 for the session. There's no such thing as a phantom win. Now, what the new law would do is bring the minus 3,000 to minus 2,700 because that's all you could subtract from your wins. But that still wouldn't make it a win. So I don't know what he's doing here, but it's not correct.
Or so, but it does. There are some ugly ones up here, and actually the bottom kind of doesn't count because these were all losses. So I guess median is maybe more in the low 20s. So call it 22% more tax. Some things to keep in mind. A, if you have additional income, if poker is side income, this is going to be more costly for you in tax dollars because you're in a higher tax bracket. If you start at a lower income level, you're paying less tax percentage-wise and dollar-wise. Second, some things that will contribute to the number being higher or lower. If you are a high-volume player, if you are a high-stakes player, if you are a low-edge player. So if you're playing a lot of volume for a low win rate, if you're playing in Tritons for a 6% ROI, you will get wrecked under the new system. If you are playing in a high-edge game, you're going to get less wrecked. On the whole, this looks pretty bad. I'm going to duck for a second in case anybody wants to take it.
I don't agree with this. Like the Tritons, which is these very high-stakes tournaments in Asia. If you go to the Triton and you play these massive buy-in events, what's going to pretty much happen is you're going to just get stomped on and lose a lot of money, or you're going to win a lot of money. And there's not going to be much in between. You're not going to be really good grinding the Tritons. So what's either going to happen is you're going to have big wins and then your taxes are going to be higher, or you're going to be losing a lot and you won't be paying any taxes on it. There's not that much in between when you play the Triton, so I don't agree with that part.
Take a screenshot of the actual data. Let's get into the less bad news. So here I have the same early columns, and under these two columns, instead of showing your tax before and your tax after, I'm showing your post-tax income before and your post-tax income after. So I'm comparing the income that you would have taken home after federal taxes, ignoring state taxes before, and then what it would look like in the future if this were to stay. So this gives you a percentage decrease in what you take home, and that's what is here in the last column is net income loss percentage. So at the top, we have a couple of bad ones. This player, these top two, again, we're losing players on that year. So the income loss, you can't calculate in the same way, but this player lost 58.7% of their income. So they went from making 62K post-tax to making 25K post-tax.
Okay, see, we're not going to see things like that. We're just not, because, again, if you are intelligent about the way you define a session, you're not going to see things like this. So that's where this all breaks down. If you do it exactly that the way they called their sessions before, that they call them sessions the exact same way now, yeah, then that could happen. But you're not required to do it the exact same way. And again, you're not submitting this data over to the IRS. You only submit this if you're audited, or if they're sending you a letter and want some justification. So these people just came to the conclusion of, I don't know if they did, or this, maybe this was something that Phil Galfond did with the data he had. It was probably more of the latter, where they didn't give him the data, but he just had access to it through whatever thing he's running there. So anyway, that's the problem, is you can't just do a uniform calculation of what is a session, because that's not required. That's where really this whole thing breaks down. So I'm not going to play the rest of it, but you see where there's mistakes here. You see where even watching someone like Phil Galfond, who is trying to be helpful, I don't even believe Phil Galfond's going for clickbait here or anything. Some people are, but he's not. I think Phil Galfond's doing this in earnest. I think he's trying to do something nice for the community. In fact, I will say that someone was trolling me over my interpretation of this being different than his, and he actually defended me a little bit, saying that his initial interpretation was wrong and I'm closer to correct than he was. Which, props to him for saying that. He could have gone along and said, yeah, what an asshole Todd is. But no, he was like, no, he's actually closer to correct than I was. So, okay, Phil Galfond's a nice guy. We know that. So he's not doing this for any kind of nefarious purposes or just trying to get attention. He's really trying to help. He's trying to figure it out. He's trying to be informative. I'll give him credit for that. But it just is not correct. And it, unfortunately, is inciting panic. Especially because it's coming from him. Because if it's coming from a normal panic monger, then you say, okay, well, this person's not very reliable. But it's Phil Golf on here. So people go, okay, well, he's not a panic monger. He's not a clickbait provider. So, yeah, let's listen to him. So that's the type of thing that I see going on, even from those that are meaning well and are trying to think deeply. Because you can see he put a lot of work into this. But anyway, it's not going to destroy the community. It just won't. So I do want to close here by reminding everybody, I am not giving you any tax advice. I'm not giving you any tax strategy. I'm not giving you any professional tax analysis. If you're using this podcast for that reason, then don't. Because that's not the purpose of this, and I'm not qualified to give that to you. I'm just giving you my opinion from what I've seen, from what I've analyzed myself. You know, who am I? I'm just a guy with no expertise in that field who looked into it and thought that there's too much panic going on. That's my opinion. Maybe yours is different. You see Galfon's is different. Everybody feels differently about this. I'm just giving you mine. That's all it is. If you have any questions, you can always text me, 775-372-8355. Oh, what is this? Well, this is the end of part 1. So this show was about half live content and half month-old content. But don't worry, the remainder of the live content, which is not live anymore because now it's been a day or so, but the remainder of that content will follow. Not right away, but it'll follow fairly soon. And then you'll get the second half of the show, and then you'll be all caught up. Isn't that nice? Because we have a lot of other topics. A lot of Vegas topics, sports betting topics, even a Druffy Time Theater. All of that will be in part 2, which will be like a 3-hour portion of the show. So, again, the first half of this was recorded on August 9th, and then the second half was recorded about a month before that. But still current, so it's not obsolete. It might as well have been recorded August 9th as well. And the second part you heard was just never posted in the archive, so it's new to you unless you happen to catch it live. As always, the second part's probably going to follow the first part by a few days or so. And as I said earlier, I know I've said this before, but I'll try to do the show a little bit more often. I know there were some people that were worried that Poker Fraud Alert Radio is ending, and it's not ending. If it were ending or I were considering ending it, then I would tell you. But at the moment, I have absolutely no plans to end it, and I'm glad to be back. So thank you for listening to part 1 of this program, and I'll have the rest for you soon enough. Thank you for sticking with me. I know I'm not on all that regularly anymore, but I'm happy people still want to hear my takes. And maybe one day I'll end up back on Twitter. You never know. That's it. Shalom.